Thank you for your patronage.
Thank you!
Once I make my move, the queen will take me. Then you're free to check the king.
No, Ron, no!
What is it?
He's going to sacrifice himself.
No, you can't. There must be another way. Do you want to stop Snape from getting that stone or not? It's you that has to do it, Harry. I know it. Not me. Not Hermione. You. It's you, Harry Potter. Oculus Reparo.
What's up, guys, and welcome back to another episode of Mentally Gone Reacts. My name is Callie Lacerda.
And I am Gabriella Lopes.
And as you guys can see, we have ourselves quite a gift here.
Yes.
But, Professor,
Quite
you said that Voldemort plays chess. So we got Voldemort's chess piece.
And then I'm Luna with her glasses.
I could never do that as a kid.
Hello, Harry.
How do you do that?
You have to put your 3 fingers.
Oh my God!
under, and then you just put it over
I
this.
kind of got my arm.
Hello, Harry.
Got cramps. Cãibra. In Brazil, we call it cãibra.
Coimbra.
Coimbra. Coimbra's in Portugal, right?
Yeah.
Coimbra.
That's a place for us.
Coimbra. Coimbra. But anyways, guys.
Bacalhau.
Bacalhau, abraço. Welcome back, guys. We like going to Barnes and Noble, like
Yes.
we've mentioned before, and we picked up this little goodie. It was on discount, half price off. Super well made too. Like the chessboard itself looks glossy and looks well made, but it's like a foldable one, so it's not like one continuous piece, which I don't mind because it looks great, like in the presentation wise.
Yeah, but the pieces are really nice.
The pieces are legit. Like they feel legit. They don't feel heavy like marble, but they're kind of like this very high quality plastic, I guess.
I really like the shapes of them. It's exactly like the movie.
Yeah.
From what we saw. This is the one that Ron is on. I forget if it's the white pieces or the black pieces, but I'm almost
I think it's the black
convinced
one.
it's the black ones.
Because the white
or the stones.
Queen freaks me out. Like when she drops her sword, I think, right? Or something like that.
Yeah.
Fun fact, I do not know how to play chess. I'm more of a checkers guy.
All I know is that the queen can move anyway. So only the queen can move in any direction. I know that there's some pieces that can only move diagonally.
And there's one that could do left, right?
Yeah, pieces that move forward, which I think are the pawns. And then there's the Pope. I don't know what the Pope does. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, so this is going to be a cool opportunity for us to actually learn how to play chess. That's what I'm going to use this chessboard for. And yeah, so we wanted to show off a few things. We like doing show and tell just because in my stomach, in my child-like stomach, it gives me that same excitement that I used to get.
Yeah.
During class, whenever the teacher would bring in a bag, and then she would tell everybody to bring in a show and tell thing, and the teacher would also bring in her stuff.
Yeah, I remember that.
And then she would always reach into this black bag, which kind of reminds me of Hermione's bag in the movie.
Yeah, the end never ending. It's there's so many things in there.
Yeah, and you would never know what she would pull out. So sometimes she would pull out a gun. I'm kidding.
What? Oh my gosh.
Plot twist. She pulls out a gun.
I probably shouldn't say that.
Who had a gun? What?
I should not have said that. Like Hagrid says, I should not have said that. I should not have said that.
I should not have said that. I
Oh
should
man.
have said that.
Yeah.
So as you guys can see here, it's a foldable chess piece, wizard chess. The box that it comes with is this one. Oops. In case anybody wants to check it out for themselves. Wizard chess set, Barnes & Noble. It's part of the Noble collection. And yeah. But you were saying?
Oh no, scratch the part about the teacher. But anyways, what were we talking about? Oh God.
That's all right. So we have another thing too. Do you want to give the backstory before you show it?
Oh yes, I do. Let's move my tea real quick because I'm English now. I drink tea. So my mom pulled a goodie from Facebook Marketplace because she kind of has an addiction. I'm kidding. She has an addiction to getting free stuff on Facebook Marketplace. And then she makes my dad drive to all the places to pick up the stuff. But anyways, there was one person who was trying to sell this bad boy for like $200.
Oh yeah, $200 for this vintage Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone
Hogwarts
Express, which is bloody brilliant, innit, Hermione?
And she got it for free, and she gifted it to us because, you know, we've been really passionate about the series on our channel, and
Pull it out.
now we're here. Whoa, this thing is long. That's what
We
she
have
said.
not we have not tried it out yet because we wanted to first show you guys.
Yeah, so it is like an opened box, so we'll see if it works, because it's an electric train set,
Yeah.
basically. Like
It comes with a full train tracks.
Ooh, it's
everything.
sturdy.
And it has a good feel to it. Yeah, it is sturdy. Apparently it's like a perfect replica, right?
Yeah.
It's a perfect replica. You can connect the little cars to each other. They connect and they disconnect. So when we do our studio tour, which, by the way, just comment below if you guys would like to see a studio tour of the space that we have going on here. It's not anything special, but it's special to us because we built it brick by brick.
Yeah.
And it took a long time for it to look a little bit purdy.
Yeah, we could show like a before picture too, because we started off with just like a conference table and a desk, and that was it. And then we brought it to where it's at now.
Did you show the camera? Like, did you?
Oh, I was scared to break it because it feels so fragile.
Yeah, it's pretty old, and I am curious to know if it's going to work. But then when we do our studio tour, if it does work, then we'll connect everything and we'll have it running, and we'll do like a close-up of the thing. But we just wanted to share it with you guys because I feel like you guys are in this journey with us. So it's like, you know,
yeah,
it would feel wrong not to.
All of the little knickknacks. And we're going to continue getting more. Just like I got this t-shirt. I've been trying to find like t-shirts on the...
Right there. Ugh, you see it?
Put it in.
Oh, it's not fitting. It's too big.
Put it in.
Oh, it's too big.
And it went in.
And it fits perfectly. Whoops. Reminder that this is a PG-13 show.
Yes.
This is a PG-13 channel. All we were implying, absolutely nothing. We just wanted to put the thing in the box. But yeah, so this is really, really neat, and I'm very curious to see if it'll work. We do have a few other things real quick before we begin with our reaction.
Yeah, this is kind of like a little unboxing video in the beginning.
Yeah, it is. The obvious, we've already showcased these in the last video. We got Dumbledore's wand, which after we watched part 1 became the Elder Wand.
And became Voldemort's new wand because he got it out of Dumbledore's grave.
Oh yeah, at the end. Yeah, I forgot.
So that's going to be fun. That's going to be a nifty thing to see.
And then speaking of nifty things to see, I've already kind of showed this when we were doing, I think, like the third Harry Potter movie. I like popped up with this because I had gotten it. But we will be starting up our book review / book reading book club.
Yeah.
Right? I think it's what it's called. So book club, this is the Mira Lima or Mina Lima version of Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. It comes with like pop-outs. I've already kind of showed it in a past video. If you're new to the channel, then you guys can kind of like go to that one. I kind of like showed it more, but it has like a lot of interactive pages, which as a visual learner myself, I have also, I'm pretty sure I have ADHD. I have like a deficit of attention. And right here we have the wizard chess, which is pretty cool. It's like a pop-out wizard chess.
And little Harry and Ron and Hermione.
Yeah. And then, so we have this one that is unique. And then we also got the first... Oh, God. Hold on, guys. We also got the first 3 Harry Potter books
hardcovers.
Yeah.
Which I also thrifted because I'm a savvy. I'm like a savings savvy person, so I got these on like a little thrifting app that resells used things, and it was a good price. So I was like, that's pretty good, and I'm excited to read them.
So the 3 originals, I suppose, Harry Potter books, hardcover, and we're gonna read them, and we're gonna do the whole thing. And then the last thing I want to just showcase to the Lord of the Rings peeps,
which we didn't forget, which we also have been, fangirling and boying about as well.
Yeah, we are going to also cover the whole Hobbit series, which people have been asking for. So we got the Lord of the Rings illustrated by the author version. I don't believe I've showcased this one on camera yet. It's kind of hard to show because the camera doesn't really focus, but it has the Eye of
Sauron.
It's a really thick boy. Really interesting kind of graphics on the side of the book, and it's illustrated.
Ooh, I think that's Elvish.
Elvish, right?
Maybe.
I think it's the markings on the ring. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, that actually you might be right. I'm probably wrong.
Am I forgetting anything?
Your sweater.
Oh, yeah, and this is a sweater that I got when I went to London in 2019, and I figured now I'm basically
immersed.
English. Yeah. So I am now English. I'm waiting for my citizenship
fully converted.
To come in the mail.
And we want to go to London someday so that we could get the whole like Harry Potter experience and stuff. Like we know that they have the whole, kind of studios over there. Yeah. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. So people in the comments told us to go to the London Harry Potter experience or Harry Potter tour. Right?
Bless you. Yeah.
A little rusty here. Come on now.
Hey.
But yeah, so we're going to go to the London Harry Potter experience, and we're going to check out like whatever other Harry Potter attractions they have. But yeah, so that was a little tour. I think that we're going to reset the camera before we get into the reaction. But just before we do all that, I just want to preface by saying that I am very excited, but I am also kind of nauseous. It's the same feeling I got when we reacted to the Return of the King, kind of like it's the finale of like a huge franchise. And so there is kind of like not so much weight in terms of like pressure from doing this on YouTube and like wanting to service the art and service the franchise and service the universe of Harry Potter and just be of service to it and honor it and give it as much love as I possibly can. But it's also kind of like a bittersweet moment, like everything's coming to an end. But the cool thing is that people said that there's like spin-offs. Apparently there's what's the other one called? Fantastic
Beasts.
Fantastic Beasts, right? So there's like a spin-off to the whole Harry Potter universe, which we're going to get into as well. And we are also going to do the Pottermore is what people told us to do. The
Hogwarts Legacy game.
Hogwarts Legacy video game and the Hogwarts Reunion. The Harry Potter reunion thing, right?
Yeah.
So we're going to do all of those. So this is not the last piece of Harry Potter content. And yeah.
Yeah, and eventually we'll rewatch it after we read the books because maybe we'll have so much more to share because people have shared so many comments about, details in the books that were missed in the movies and stuff, and we can do a little rewatch with new information, more details on the characters, like backstory on Voldemort, which we didn't really get too much of, and backstory on Snape too, and other characters. So that'll be really interesting.
I think that we will probably most likely do after we finish a book on our book club, then we're gonna rewatch the movie, and then we're gonna title it "Rewatching Harry Potter After Reading the Book."
Yeah.
And then just watch it, and then see where it takes us.
Yeah, and it's fun because I have no idea what the books are like, and I'm excited to see what the dialogue kind of. What the dialogue
what
is,
the vibe is
the inner thoughts that we miss out on, and the layers. And I think that books and movies are both very immersive, but books rely much more on detail because you don't have the visual effects of that movies have, you know, so you have to really deliver on the dialogue and on the wording and details.
And it's more like descriptive.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm excited. I'm really excited to read them.
Yeah. Yep. And that's about it, I think, in terms of what we have before we get into this reaction video. This intro is a little long, but no apologies because I think it's warranted,
fitting.
you know, because it's the finale. And yeah, so before we jump right into it, I'm going to reset the camera because the camera has a limit, a recording limit, and then we will begin the reaction.
Yes,
right.
let's go.
Nope. So, and special thank you to everybody on Patreon, to all the patrons who have been supporting our entire journey as content creators. Early access and uncut version of every single movie will be available on Patreon, and you get to follow along, but you have to have your own copy of the film, and then you can sync up, and we provide the timestamps and everything for you to sync up with your copy, and we can watch it almost as if we're in the same room together. So special thank you to all the patrons, and for them, I will be doing a countdown, a 5-second countdown, so that you can sync with your copy at home. All right, so 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and play. Ooh, I don't think I'm ready for this, man.
Yeah, I do feel nauseous too.
It starts with a loud sound. I don't like loud sounds. Okay, Dumbledore's grave.
Oh, no surprise.
We got Mr. Nasty over here. Oh, he got my wand. Little does he know that it's my wand.
Oh, he's looking more snake-like than ever.
That's a nice entrance. That's a nice...
Oh, this one's the darkest one.
I know. Look at the sound, the music already at the beginning. It kind of reminds me of like Lord of the Rings music, kind of like when they show the elves.
Yeah,
in the forest, you know.
Oh, but they're not playing the theme. The dun dun na, na, na.
True. So Snape took over Hogwarts, right? In the last one.
Oh yeah, he's like the headmaster. Oh, speaking of the devil.
Yeah, there he is.
Dirty dog.
Dirty devil.
Oh my gosh, Hogwarts looks so lifeless.
I wonder what he's thinking. If he has any sense of regret for what he's done.
Yeah, I feel like he's looking at the aftermath of everything.
So for whoever's new to the channel, we take notes while we watch the movies, and then at the end we give our thoughts, first impressions, reaction, like reviews type of thing, you know? We basically discuss the movie at length. I don't know what that mirror is. I saw a comment that said that in the book it explains it, but I don't remember what it means. It's like a piece of a different mirror, but it's not the Erised mirror.
Oh, I see.
But I don't know. R.I.P. Dobby.
Yeah, Dobby.
He died a free elf.
Hello, Harry.
Luna's one of my favorite characters.
I need to talk to the goblin.
Oh, the goblin from the first movie. The one that peers down at Harry.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's the same one. Or is it the one that says, key, please?
Oh, yeah, key, please.
Yeah.
Probably don't remember that
I showed you to your vault the first time you came to Gringotts?
Key, please.
Even amongst goblins, you're famous, Harry Potter. You buried the elf.
Yes.
You brought me here.
Oh, the Sword of Gryffindor right there.
Yeah.
Why did Bellatrix Lestrange think it should be in her vault at Gringotts?
It's complicated.
He has some sharp teeth.
There is a sword in Madame Lestrange's vault, identical to this one, but it is a fake.
Who's the acquaintance?
A Hogwarts professor. As I understand it, he's now headmaster.
Snape placed the replica.
Why should I help you?
I have gold.
I've no interest in gold.
And what?
Yeah, what motivates goblins? Oh, he wants the Sword of Gryffindor.
That is my price.
Wow.
But what would he do with the Sword of Gryffindor? Does he sell it or does he keep it?
I think it's like a valuable treasure, so he would keep it.
It's like priceless, right?
Mm-hmm.
She kept asking me what else we'd taken. I bet you anything there's a Horcrux in there, another piece of his soul. Let's find it, kill it, and then we're one step closer to killing him.
He's weak.
Who's weak?
I need to ask you a few questions.
Anything, my boy, anything.
Would you mind identifying this wand? We need to know if it's safe to use.
That's a weird looking wand. It looks like a branch.
Walnut.
dragon heartstring, unyielding.
Just like Lucius.
And this?
Hawthorn, unicorn hair,
Oh, this one's Draco's, right?
reasonably pliant. This was the wand of Draco Malfoy.
Was. Is it not still?
Well, perhaps not.
Wow.
I sense its allegiance has changed.
Interesting.
And what do you know about the Deathly Hallows?
It is rumored there are 3. Together, they make one the master of death.
Well, Harry has one of them, right?
Do you believe they exist, sir?
I see no reason to put stock into an old wives' tale.
Lie.
Yeah.
I could.
You know one exists. You told him about it. You told him about the Elder Wand. And where he could go looking for it.
Only conveyed rumors. There's no telling whether he will find it.
He has found it, sir.
That must be a blow for him.
Especially for him, because he understands wand lore.
Annie played a part in telling him.
You sure that's hers?
Positive.
Oh yeah, she got tortured, right?
Yeah, speaking
look.
of torture. Oh my gosh.
Polyjuice.
You can give that to Hermione to hold.
What the heck?
Why does he still look like Ron, though? Doesn't he look like Ron, or am I tripping?
Yeah. What the heck's going on?
Is it a wig?
Harry, I think you forgot your disguise.
I
If you
know.
get us past the guards and into the vault, the sword's yours.
Nice. Incentives.
Everybody has a price.
Let's do it.
Oh.
Isn't that Ron Weasley? With Bellatrix Lestrange.
Hand-me-down robe. Must be a Weasley.
Be a Weasley, yeah.
That's scary. Oh my gosh.
Can't they take like a potion that replicates the voice?
I wish to enter my vault.
Madame Lestrange.
I don't like to be kept waiting.
Oh shit. God. Oh no.
I like how they have like regular looking guards. It's like a bank. Regular bank guards. Oh shoot.
What do we do?
Something. Harry.
Consulting Harry, who's hidden.
I know.
Would you mind presenting your wand?
And why should I do that?
I'm sure you understand, given the current climate.
Oh my gosh.
The good
I
thing is
most
that
certainly do not understand.
they have her wand.
I must insist.
Yeah, but she has to act a little bit, suspicious of why they're doing that.
Miriam,
Oh,
if you will follow me.
okay, just.
Oh, we're on a roller coaster now. I don't like roller coasters. I like staying on the ground.
Wow!
As firmly placed on the ground as possible.
This is cool.
This would be a great ride if they actually made something like this. Oh shoot. Oh shoot.
What?
Arresto momentum.
Oh, that means like
Arrest
stop
the
them.
momentum. Arrest the momentum.
What the devil are all you doing down here? Thieves! You gave up the keys, you...
Oh, it sounds like a big monster.
Oh gosh.
It would be cool if it's like a troll,
In the trenches.
just like in the first movie. Ooh.
Bloody hell.
Ooh, I like this better.
That's the Ukrainian Iron Belly.
Iron Belly.
It's been trained to expect pain when it hears the noise.
Oh man.
Wow, that's sad.
Damn, I feel bad. Oh man. Torturing any type of creature is wrong, man. You can't do that. If it has life in its lungs, then you can't torture it. It's unacceptable.
Oh my gosh, look how much gold stuff.
Accio Horcrux.
Imagine if it was that easy.
That kind of magic won't work in here.
Is it in here, Harry? Can you feel anything?
He hears something. It's kind of like the same sound that the locket was making.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's like a parcel tongue.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what the heck?
That's it. Up there.
Oh, it's like
Oh
multiplying.
my gosh.
Everything you touch will multiply.
Gemino.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Come on, Harry. Come on. Come on.
We had a deal, Gregpop.
So come to the sword!
Oh, he's gonna take both of them?
Wait, let them destroy it first.
I didn't say anything about getting you out.
What?
What a lying sack of...
Oh my god.
Damn, he's gonna leave them there to get crushed and drown in gold. That's such an irony, too.
Oh.
If that little git, at least it's still got bog rot.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
Did the goblin just die?
Yes.
Got something, but it's mad.
Oh my gosh.
Well, come on then. Well, I'll show you.
Oh, she liberated the dragon. Nice.
What?
Oh, there's a little shimmer of light. I just hope the dragon is grateful, you know? It seems like it's... Oh, it's weak. It's been tortured for so long.
Ooh.
Nice.
Oh my gosh.
Ooh.
Damn, there's just like blatant killing happening. Oh, look.
There's like a little rumbling. Just enough to get their attention. Oh my god.
Ah! Kill them all! For what they did to you.
Yeah, like how could they allow that? Nice.
Oh my gosh.
Be free, my friend. Soar. Fly like the wind.
Wow. That looks incredible. Honestly.
They came a long way from the troll in the bathroom, right?
Yeah, they did.
Look at that.
With the CGI Harry getting flopped around.
Dangled.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
And they got the Horcrux. I just hope Harry chose the right one. Look at that, London with the Big Ben. No, not Big Ben, the London Eye.
Oh yeah, that's the
big Ferris wheel.
Mm-hmm.
How do you steer a dragon though? Like that's a...
Oh my gosh. What the heck?
So was that happening live? Like Voldemort?
Well, he's angry and scared too. He knows if we find and destroy all the Horcruxes, we'll be able to kill him. I reckon he'll stop at nothing to make sure we don't find the rest.
How do they destroy that one?
There's something wrong with him. It's more like he's wounded. If anything, he feels more dangerous.
That's interesting, right?
Look at Draco's dad.
Oh, he killed the goblin with the sword, and the sword now disappears. So that's why Harry was comfortable with giving it away.
Yeah.
Knowing that it'll always reappear.
Yeah, because it's going to show up for a Gryffindor that's worthy, right? So, and it'll never really belong to him.
Or to anyone.
Yeah, it has no owner. What the heck?
Damn, you have like a cat burglar alarm. Literally a cat burglar alarm.
Use that invisibility cloak. Oh my gosh, I'm like so nervous.
In here, Potter. The question is, who said that?
Did you get a look at him? For a second I thought it was...
I know. Dumbledore.
What? So imagine Dumbledore's not dead.
Oh my gosh.
That'd be the wildest plot twist, honestly.
Pulled a Gandalf on us.
Yeah. Dumbledore the White returns.
Harry,
The mirror.
I can see you in this.
Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. And he was seeing Dumbledore in that.
Oh, wait.
Okay, so that's what people...
Bloody fools. What were you thinking coming here?
No, that's...
Have you any idea how dangerous it is?
That's not
You're
Dumbledore.
Aberforth.
Oh, I see.
We've been hunting Horcruxes. We think the last one's inside the castle, but we'll need your help getting in.
What makes you think you can trust him? What makes you think you can believe anything my brother told you?
Ooh, that's...
Did he ever mention my name? Did he ever mention hers?
Why should he?
Keep secrets, you tell me.
He's the second person to call him out.
That's what a fool does. You don't strike me as a fool, Harry Potter.
We need to get into the castle tonight.
Oh my gosh.
Spoken like a man.
You know what to do.
The concept of moving paintings are amazing.
That's your sister Ariana, isn't it?
Oh, I see.
My brother sacrificed many things, Mr. Potter, on his journey to find power, including Ariana.
What?
She's coming back.
Is that with her?
Neville.
What?
Like hell, I reckon.
Oh, shoot.
Hey, Ab.
Neville looks so old.
Hey, Ab.
Don't remember this on the Marauders map.
That's because it never existed till now. The 7 secret passages were sealed off before the start of the year. This is the only way in or out now.
Oh, this is like the Underground Railroad.
Hardly ever see him. It's the Carrows you need to watch out for.
Carrows?
Yeah, brother and sister, in charge of discipline. They like punishment, the Carrows. On first years.
On first years. What?
Hogwarts has changed.
What? Cruciatus curse on first years. They're like conditioning the students to be able to torment.
Yeah.
Listen up, you lot. Brought you a surprise.
Not more Aberforth. Cooking, I hope. Be a surprise if we can digest it.
Harry!
Let's go. The leader of Dumbledore's army.
This is exciting. Let's go.
Harry returns like a true general.
No one's hearing the clapping going on and wondering what's going on.
Yeah.
We have a new weather report. Lightning has struck. I repeat, lightning has struck.
What's the plan, Harry?
Lightning has struck. That's code for Harry coming
Oh,
back.
yes.
There's something we need to find. Something hidden here in the castle. And it may help us defeat you-know-who.
Right. What is it?
We don't know.
Where is it?
We don't know that either.
We bring good news.
I think it has something to do with Ravenclaw.
Last diadem of Ravenclaw? Yes, but Luna, it's lost. For centuries now. There isn't a person alive today who's seen it.
Alive.
It's a sort of crown. You know, like a tiara. Harry.
Oh.
Jenny!
Hi there.
Oh my
6 months she hasn't seen me, and it's like I'm Frankie. I'm your brother.
She got lots of those, though. She's only one, Harry.
Sharp shameless.
What is it, Ginny?
Snape knows. He knows that Harry was spotted in Hogsmeade.
But he doesn't know that he's in Hogwarts, right?
Yeah. Jenny, go give him a hug.
Hi there.
Just completely ignores her brother. She's like, yeah, I got 5 other brothers. It's like,
If I lose one, it's whatever.
you're not that special, Ron. But
Look
Harry.
at them marching like robots. Headmaster Snape.
Oof.
Those are the twins he was talking about, right? The brother and sister, rather. Torturing the kids.
Many of you are surely wondering why I have summoned you at this hour. It's come to my attention, Harry Potter was sighted in Hogsmeade. If anyone here has any knowledge of Mr. Potter's movements this evening, I invite them to step forward.
Who's gonna be the brave one?
Harry Potter himself stepped forward.
It seems, despite your exhaustive defensive strategies, you still have a bit of a security problem, Headmaster.
The Order of the Phoenix arrives.
It's quite extensive.
That's pretty cool.
Oh.
You stand where he stood. Tell them how you looked him in the eye. A man who trusted you and killed him.
Oh my gosh. Oh my god.
Let's go.
Oh my gosh.
Ooh, she casted the first spell. Oh. He's not fighting back. Fight back, you coward. Oh. Coward. Fled. Damn, look at that. She reignited the fire, the flame. She brought the light back. Look at that.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, what's going on?
Harry Potter, and you will be rewarded.
Oh my gosh.
1 hour.
Do you think they're gonna betray him?
I don't know.
What are you waiting for?
Crowd.
Someone grab him.
Yeah, see?
What the heck?
Slytherin. I had a feeling.
What you say? I'm about to get over to you.
I'm about to get over to you, sir.
Students in the corridor!
They are supposed to be out of bed, you blithering idiot.
Filch is so...
As it happens, Mr. Filch, your arrival is most opportune. If you would, I would like you, please, to lead Miss Parkinson and the rest of Slytherin House from the hall.
Oh, she's a Slytherin.
I'll be leading them too, Mom.
The dungeons would do.
I had a feeling, right? Like the ones who would betray him.
Time. Professor, as much as you can get me.
Do what you have to do. I'll secure the castle.
Yes.
I like McGonagall a lot.
It's good to see you.
Aw.
Oh gosh, I'm gonna cry. Oh my gosh.
Ooh, I choked up a little bit too.
Yeah.
Story told us die with the basilisk fact, right? Well, me and Hermione think we know where we might find one.
Where are you going?
The Ravenclaw common room.
Oh. Oh. Wow. Wow.
You're actually giving us permission to do this?
That is correct, Longbottom.
To blow it up? Boom.
Boom!
Wicked.
Wicked.
Why don't you confer with Mr. Finnegan? As I recall, he has a particular proclivity for pyrotechnics.
I can bring it down.
Locomotor!
Ooh, oh my god, I'm getting full body chills. I just want to see more of McGonagall.
Hogwarts is threatened! Man the boundaries! Protect us! Do your duty!
Why am I getting choked up? Oh my god.
Oh. Oh, this is emotional already.
But why, right? It's like, man, it's like everybody's coming together to protect this one thing. This symbol of hope and prosperity. Damn, you really crying. I'm almost crying too. I'm trying to hold it together. Oh, look at that.
I need to talk to you.
I'm a bit preoccupied at the moment.
You won't find anything where you're going. You're wasting your time.
Look, we'll talk later, okay, Luna?
Listen to her, dude. She knows a lot of stuff.
Listen to me right now.
Her dad knows about the
Don't you remember what Charles
Hallows.
said about Rowena
Yeah.
Ravenclaw's diadem?
We have to.
There's not a person alive who's seen it. It's obvious, isn't it? We have to talk to someone who's dead.
That's what I thought when they said alive.
Headless Nick, right? Nearly Headless Nick.
Oh yeah. Or Moaning Myrtle.
Moaning Myrtle, yeah. Oh, and each one of them has the emblem of the houses on their shield.
I'm nervous.
So we're after diadem. Diadem? Diadem.
A diadem.
Diadem.
You seek my mother's diadem.
I want to destroy it.
Are those people? Oh, it's so dark. Yeah.
Oh no.
I see a bald man walking.
I see a lot of blondies.
I see one weird looking bald guy.
You know what blonde hairs are.
The Malfoys?
Yeah. Actually, there's not as many blondes as I thought.
I don't see any blonde people.
Hey, the light.
Begin.
Oh no, they're gonna try to bring down the force field. And there's so many of them too.
Another swore to destroy it many years ago.
Tom Riddle.
But he lied.
Oh.
He's lied to many people.
I know what he's done!
Ah.
I know who he is!
Ah.
He defiled it with dark!
Oh my god. My god.
eyes are creeping
Oh
out.
my god. You scared the shoot out of me, dude. Oh my god. All I saw was her eyes morphing into demonic whatever that was. And I hear In my ear. In my left ear.
Thought she was gonna eat him.
Please.
Is she gonna jump scare us again?
I don't know. She looks more tame now.
Yeah.
A little more vulnerable.
Relax, Elena.
You remind me of him a bit. It's here, in the castle. In the place where everything is hidden.
Oh.
If you have to ask, you'll never know.
Oh, this is like
if you know, you need only ask.
It's a riddle.
Thank you.
I think I have a hunch. Is it the room of requirement?
Yeah, I thought so too. I wonder if it is. Because it says, if you know, you need only ask. So...
And it presents itself, right?
Or it's like another chamber of secrets or something.
On second thoughts, tell Professor McGonagall we might need 1 or 2 more ones to say.
It's the quality of one's convictions that determines success, not the number of followers.
Who said that?
Me.
Wow.
Oh, quoting himself, I see. George and Fred.
You okay, Freddy?
Yeah, me too.
What?
When did Ron learn how to speak Parseltongue? Did he always know? Or did Harry teach him?
Harry talks in his sleep.
Oh, there we go.
What the heck? So you could learn parcel tongue?
I guess.
Oh, they're going into the Chamber of Secrets.
Yeah, I guess. Well, they don't have the Sword of Gryffindor, right? So Harry destroyed the diary with the fang. So they might try to find another fang, I guess. Ah!
Oh my god! Neville, get away!
Snatchers. Oh my god. Damn, these are all snatchers, though?
Yeah! You and whose army?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, the basilisk. Wow, look at that. Everything is literally full circle.
Look at that.
You do it.
I can't.
Yes, you can.
Ron destroyed one, Harry destroyed one. Now Hermione has to destroy one. Ah, it's gonna screech. Oh.
Oh my gosh, what is that?
He definitely felt it. Both of them felt it. Salazar Slytherin. What?
What?
Damn, the wettest scene. Yeah.
That's so funny in movies how they cover it's like.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It just cuts to Voldemort.
Oh no, that's not good.
That was a great transition. Unintentionally hilarious.
That is not good.
Just like Harry said, he's wounded, right? So when an animal's wounded, that's when they're the most dangerous. Oh, do you see it cracking? Look, it's cracking.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, he feels it.
Is it too much power or what's going on?
I think it's too much evil.
Oh no, Neville, get away.
Why is he just standing there, by the way?
He doesn't know if it's still up or not.
Oh no. Let's see what's coming. Ah! Run! Oh my god.
Oh my gosh! What? Oh my...
Oh, that's...
Oh! The kid who blows everything up.
Pyrotechnics, right?
Yeah. Who used to blow things up in his own face. Oh my gosh.
Ah!
No!
Oh god.
Oh my god.
Bravo.
Jesus,
Bravo, Neville. Bravo, Neville. Oh, I think I saw a giant. Look, giants.
Oh no. Oh, trolls.
Trolls, yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, the vines. Look at that. The vines are fighting back.
Oh no, run, 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 run. Oh my gosh.
Did I just see an Avada Kedavra?
Yes.
Oh.
Oh no.
Neville, are you alright? Never better. I feel like I could spit fire. You haven't seen Luna, have you? Luna? I'm mad for her. Told her since we'll probably both be dead by dawn.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
A lot of action, guys. It's our last moment.
I might be dead by dawn.
I know, right?
I might as well.
Ooh, I saw something. I saw a little blonde boy.
Draco Malfoy, innit?
I need the requirement room.
I require a room.
Maybe he's gone to the room requirement. Doesn't show up on the map, does it? You said that last year.
That's right, I did.
Ah, Ron listens. Look at her. She's like, wow, a man who listens. Where to look?
I know. Look how much stuff is in here.
Next episode of Hoarders. Hogwarts edition.
Come on, Harry. Listen to this.
Yeah,
again.
he just has to hear to the little parcel tongue.
I'm over here, Harry Potter.
Oh, those things were from the first movies, right? Those little flying things. I'm pretty sure.
I do not remember. Oh, here we go.
Wow, that's simple, huh? Measure is.
Oh, and it has a raven on it or something. Oh.
What brings you here, Potter? I could ask you the same.
What happened to
You have
Goyle?
something of mine.
Isn't it Crab and Goyle?
Is that Crab or is that Goyle?
It's my mother's. Why didn't you tell her? You knew it was me. You didn't say anything.
Ooh, I figured that too.
Don't be a brat.
He's always being influenced,
I
right?
know. It's Ooh.
He's so scared of Hermione.
Oh my god, they're casting Avada Kedavra.
That's my girlfriend, you numpties.
Look at that.
She smirked a little bit.
Oh my gosh.
A man who listens and protects his girl.
Oh no. Oh no.
Ron's funny.
Oh
my
no.
god. Ah.
Oh my gosh.
And I think I saw a chess piece too. From the second movie.
Oh my gosh.
Damn, is that the flying dragon? Oh, he casted that. Wow.
Damn, this kid has some magic powers, huh?
Nah, but he can't control it.
What?
What is that? Is that like a...
I can't tell if it's a bear or a lion or a jaguar.
Oh? Got some broom action.
Oh, great. So they just doomed everybody now.
Oh.
Ooh.
That was Crab. I'm pretty sure it's Crab. I don't know what happened to Goyle, though.
We can't leave them. He's joking, right?
Wow, he's gonna save them.
If we die for them, Harry, I'm gonna kill you.
He wouldn't be able to kill him if they died.
I know. That's the joke. Loading.
Oh my gosh, look at them on their brooms.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Close it, close.
Oh my gosh.
Ah, just like an injured animal. Look at that. The symbolism of his snake coiling up like it's being threatened. And it cuts to him feeling the pain, parts of his soul being destroyed.
And how many are left now?
I don't know. But even his head shows almost like a fracturing, you know, a fracturing of the mind, of the soul, of the spirit.
Lord.
Sheesh. But that guy was kind of annoying. Like, he was trying to...
Come, Nagini. I need to keep you safe.
It's the snake.
That's what I thought.
It's the last Horcrux.
Oh my god.
Yeah, because he says, I have to keep you safe. And keep you close to me.
God.
Yeah.
Look inside him, Harry. Find out where he is. If we find him, we can find the snake.
How fitting.
We can end this.
What's going on?
I kind of hear the iconic music playing.
Yeah. Oh man, he's looking rough.
Might it not be more prudent to call off this attack? Simply seek the boy.
I do not need to seek the boy. How can you live with yourself, Lucius?
Lucius.
Go and find Severus. Bring him to me.
I know where he is.
Ooh. Oh man, this is getting intense. He's so weak now that Harry tapped into his mind.
Without him noticing,
Yeah.
too. Yeah.
And without him tapping into Harry's. What? This is so crazy. Look how huge. Oh my
The
gosh.
spiders. Are they on their side or on the bad guy's side?
Probably the bad guys.
Oh my god, what is that?
Oh, that's the... Oh my god.
That's the girl that fell for Ron. Oh my god.
Ooh.
And you have to deal with the mentors. Expecto Patronum, right? Wow, look how strong his Expecto Patronum is. Sheesh. That's Dumbledore's brother.
Yes!
Let's go.
Yes!
It's all kind of bittersweet though, because, you know,
Yeah, it is.
like that girl dead just like threw me off completely.
You have performed extraordinary magic with this wand, my lord, in the last few hours alone.
No, I am extraordinary.
Egotistic much?
There is no wand more powerful. It answers to you.
Does it? The one, does it truly answer to me? Where does its true loyalty lie?
With you.
The Elder Wand cannot serve me properly because I am not its true master.
Oh, because Snape killed
Elder
Dumbledore.
Wand belongs to the wizard who killed its last owner.
Oh gosh. He's gonna just... Oh gosh.
Who killed Dumbledore?
He's gonna ask him to kill Harry.
While you live, the Elder Wand cannot truly be mine.
Oh shoot.
But only I can live forever.
My lord.
Nagini, kill.
That's a plot twist.
Oh my god, what is he gonna say to him? Oh my gosh.
Take them, please.
Give me something. Quickly, a flask, anything.
Oh, take his tears.
Take them to the pensive.
Oh shoot.
Look at me. You have your mother's eyes.
In the Forbidden Forest and confront your fate. Every last man, woman, and child.
Oh, and now he really has the Elder Wand too.
Yeah, now it answers to him, and I don't know, it's bittersweet, right? With the Snape death, I don't know how to feel about that. I just don't know.
Oh no, these are the people that died. Oh no.
Oh my god.
Oh no. Oh gosh.
Look at that.
Oh my gosh. Oh man. And she was pregnant too, right?
She was pregnant. Yeah, I forgot about that. Petunia.
I'm gonna tell Mummy. You're a freak. Yeah.
That's what it said in the captions. Petunia.
Yeah, that's Aunt Petunia.
So that's his mother.
And that's Snape.
She's jealous.
Mhm.
She's ordinary and you're special.
That's mean, Severus.
What? Oh my god, I was not expecting this.
Isn't that called a weeping willow?
Yeah, I think so.
McGonagall, look at that. She was Snape's teacher. That's why he couldn't fight back.
Oh my gosh.
Hi, I'm James. Look, James Potter.
Oh my gosh.
Prophecy did not refer to a woman. It spoke of a boy born at the end of July.
Yes, but he thinks it's her son. Hide her. Hide them all.
Wow.
What?
Anything.
Oh my gosh. Your mama loves you.
You said you would keep her safe.
Lily and James put their faith in the wrong person, Severus.
Oh my gosh.
The boy survived.
Dark Lord is gone.
Dark Lord will return. He has her eyes.
Oh, that's why he said.
Oh my
You have your mother's eyes.
No one can know.
But I should never reveal the best of you, Severus.
Your word.
When you risk your life every day to protect the boy.
Oh my gosh.
His arrogance rivals even that of his father, and he seems to relish his fame. Drink the rest. It will contain the curse to your hand.
How long?
Maybe a year.
Oh, he was gonna die.
You must be the one to kill me, Severus.
Wow.
It is the only way.
Oh my gosh.
Lily Potter cast herself between the curse we bound. When that happened, a part of Voldemort's soul latched itself onto the only living thing.
No.
Holy shit.
Oh my gosh.
There's a reason he could look into Lord Voldemort's mind. A part of Voldemort.
Oh my gosh. What?
So when the time comes, the boy must die.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. He must die.
Oh my gosh.
You've kept him alive so that he can die at the proper moment.
Oh gosh.
You've been raising him like a pig for slaughter.
Don't tell me now that you've grown to care for the boy.
What the heck?
Oh, he's the one who casted it in the forest. He's the one who put the replica of the sword, Lily.
After all this time.
Oh my gosh.
Always.
Look, see?
So when the time comes, the boy must die.
Oh my gosh.
He must die. Voldemort himself must do it.
What the hell? Oh my god.
What? Oh my gosh.
Oh, I can't even write notes for this one. I'm like half a page. Ah, man. Too much.
Oh god, I can't even believe it. I was not expecting any of that.
Oh man, like I just want to talk at the end. I don't even want to go through notes. I just want to try to go through the whole thing, the whole franchise.
What does he do now?
Where have you been?
We thought you went to the forest. I'm going there now.
What does he know?
There's a reason I can hear them. I think I've known for a while.
Kill the snake and then it's just him.
Oh, this just got way too real now.
You can't. There must be another way.
I know, right? He's gonna sacrifice himself.
Oh, God, that's so crazy. That's so.
The foreshadowing, right? From the first. That was the first movie, or
Yeah,
or the
the
second?
first movie.
First movie.
Oh my God.
J.K. Rowling is a Rowling genius.
But then Voldemort dies too, right? Like.
Then they have to kill Nagini, right? So like that's why he's saying. So he's just like he's taking himself off the list. To the Forbidden Forest, which they also went in their first year.
Oh, the snitch.
I open at the close. That's right. I had forgotten about the
Oh my
snitch.
gosh. It all makes sense.
I'm ready to die.
Oh, is that the resurrection stone?
What?
Yeah, look. And it has the HALLOWS symbol on it too. You see it?
Yeah.
Look at that.
Oh my gosh.
The resurrection stone.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
Oh my God. That scared me a little bit. I wasn't expecting that.
You've been so brave, sweetheart.
Why are you here?
We never left.
Does it hurt? Dying?
Quicker than falling asleep.
I'm sorry. I never wanted any of you to die for me. And Remus, your son.
Others will tell him what his mother and father died for.
So his son was already born.
Stay close to me.
Always.
Always. Oh my God.
Just like Snape.
Wow. Wow.
I thought he would come.
Oh, I heard something.
The Horcrux sound. As Harry approaches, because he's the Horcrux, right?
Harry? No!
Oh my God.
Hagrid. Oh no.
Oh, Hagrid.
Harry Potter, the boy who lived, come to die.
That's heavy. Oh my God.
Wow.
Can't help, Harry.
Oh my God.
Brave, brave man. Let us walk.
Wow. This is like heaven, I guess? Yeah.
Professor, what is that?
Something beyond either of our own.
Huh. Something.
I expect you now realize that you and Voldemort have been connected by something other than fate.
A part of him lives within me, doesn't it?
Did. It was just destroyed many moments ago by none other than Voldemort himself. You were the Horcrux he never meant to make, Harry.
He didn't know. Oh, shoot. Oh, he didn't know. That's so perfect.
Voldemort has the Elder Wand, and I've nothing to kill it with.
Help will always be given at Hogwarts, Harry, to those who ask for it.
Wow.
Help will always be given at Hogwarts to those who deserve it. Do not pity the dead, Harry. Pity the living, and above all those who live without love. I'll be going now, Harry.
Professor, is this all real? Or is it just happening inside my head?
Of course it's happening inside your head, Harry. Why should that mean that it's not real?
Ooh, so much.
Professor, what shall I do?
But, Professor, you said that Voldemort.
You said that Voldemort.
Professor.
I don't need your help.
He just pushes her down.
Oh my God.
Boy. Is he dead?
Even Voldemort is anxious.
Is he alive? Draco, is he alive?
Wow. So Voldemort only killed the Horcrux. Oh, Hagrid had to watch it, man.
Oh my gosh, he's gonna think he's dead.
Dead.
Oh my gosh.
What's her name again?
Narcissa.
Narcissa. Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh my gosh.
Narcissa.
She did what her son did, and she didn't give him away. Wow.
Oh, is that the Sorting Hat?
Look at Neville. He's come such a long way from being like a little... Oh, shoot.
Man.
Oh, gosh.
Ooh. What's that statue? That Michelangelo statue? The Pieta?
Yeah.
Pieta, right?
Mhm.
The Pieta with Christ in Mary's arms.
Who is that? Hagrid's carrying.
Oh, man.
Harry Potter is dead!
This guy's so ugly, dude.
Oh my god, he's got a funny laugh too.
Forward and join us,
Ah, god.
or die.
Oh no. Oh my gosh.
Draco.
Narcissa.
Come.
Don't go. Oh.
I thought he was going to redeem himself.
Doesn't matter that Harry's gone.
Stand down, Neville.
People die every day. We lost Harry tonight. He's still with us. In here.
And right there.
All of them.
He's right.
They didn't die in vain. But you will. Harry's heart did beat for us. For all of us. It's not over.
Oh.
Look at his face. Damn, he's angry. Oh my god. Look at his face. He's so confused.
Look, they're all leaving. They're all leaving.
Because they stopped believing in him.
Yeah.
I'll lure him into the castle.
Because all of them saw him casting Avada Kedavra.
It's like now they truly believe he's like undefeatable. Look. They're leaving.
I would leave too.
Damn.
Voldemort isn't anything anymore.
Oh man.
He got beat by a child again.
I wish they had joined the other side though.
I know.
It could have been their whole redemption right there.
But I think this version is more realistic because there's still pride involved. Papa's angry. Oh man, this guy's an idiot.
Oh, he has the fang.
If he kills Nagini with a basilisk fang, ooh, he's casting Avada Kedavra like it's nothing. Look at that.
Yeah. Wow. It's just like their first duel.
It's a trap.
Oh no.
Oh, he destroyed the fang. But Neville has the Gryffindor sword, so there was still hope.
Yeah, they just have to use that. Oh, imagine.
Ooh, headshot. Look at everything happening behind him. Somehow they still managed to make him a like a comedic relief. You
Yeah, he is. Look at his face.
Wow, look at that.
Oh.
Relentless. A relentless warrior.
Oh no.
Oh
Oh man, they keep missing.
Oh.
Not my daughter, you bitch.
Oh my god. Was that the first curse word in the whole franchise?
From Molly?
I think of the whole franchise.
From her? What?
Casting Avada Kedavra. Look
No,
at that.
she's not.
Look at that. Wow. To avenge her son. Damn.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. Woo. Molly has always been pretty cool in my way of seeing it.
She's the
When you
best.
told Professor Snape that one was failing you, it will always fail.
Oh my god.
I killed Snape. But what if the wand never belonged to Snape? Come on, Tom. Let's finish this the way we started.
Tom?
Ooh, they're up close and personal. Ooh.
What? Oh my gosh.
What the? Oh my god. Wow. That's Woof.
What?
This movie's insane.
Oh, I need a drink of water.
Oh my god. Oh, it's been action nonstop from the get.
Oh my god, my head is like
Palpitating, right?
it's like throbbing of like breaking just
Yeah, fracturing.
wow.
Just like in Goblet of Fire.
It is. Somebody kill it.
He's
Oh, he's starting to cry.
Let's go.
Neville!
Let's go. Now he's done.
He's dead.
He's done, right? Like that's the last one.
What?
Wow. And he knows it. He feels it. He's now mortal. He could be killed.
Look at that! Look at that!
That's freaking gold, dude. Oh my god. Look at his arm. Expelliarmus.
Oh my god!
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Wow. Born from the fire and returned to ash.
And he just disintegrates too. It's pretty wild.
Ooh.
Voldemort surrenders under purifying light. Dawn.
Look how happy. Oh man.
Oh, he's crazy for Luna, remember?
I know.
Kiss her. Now.
There's too much going on still. It's like
Now kiss.
one step at a time. Oh man, I'm so sad about some of the things that's happened.
Damn, it just went from Ginny to his ex-crush to...
Yeah, what is this?
Check on your girl, bro.
Hagrid. Oh.
He's mopping. He's sweeping, I mean.
Hey, let him do his job, okay?
It's gonna take him a while.
Why didn't it work for him? The Elder Wand.
When he killed Snape, he thought the wand would become his. The wand never belonged to Snape. It was Draco who disarmed Dumbledore that night in the astronomy tower.
Snape died for nothing.
The other night, when I disarmed Draco at Malfoy Manor.
Wow.
So that means...
Oh, shoot.
It belongs to him.
It's mine.
It's mine. Look,
Hey,
just
it's
like I was
mine. Give me this.
Never. Just saying, that's the Elder One. Most powerful wand in the world. With that, we'd be invincible.
That's too much responsibility.
What? You could just snap the Elder Wand?
Wow. Wow. That's so poetic. The most powerful wand. At the end of the day, it's just wood in the hands of, like, you know, true inner power.
What? Damn, that's actually really crazy what you just said. Sheesh. Damn. This whole time I've been wielding it, thinking that I would grant myself immortality.
I'm so
Little
sorry.
did I know
Take
that.
this back. I'll have that one. Thanks. I'll have this weird bony one.
Bony. That is pretty incredible.
Ay, ay.
Oh, man. The head scratcher.
Full circle. Here we are. From the start until the finish.
And just like that. Damn. What? We're going to see them.
Years.
They're what, 40? 50?
Like maybe 30, 40, 30.
Aren't they
40.
like 16 or something?
Yeah.
Plus 19?
Plus 20. Yeah.
29. Yeah, 30, like late 30s. I've been there. I've been to this thing. I took a picture right there.
No way.
Red hair with a
And I-
hand-me-down robe.
And who's this kid supposed to be?
This is like the next cycle. ASP.
ASP. That's Tim Potter's kid. Oh,
Wow.
look at that.
And he doesn't have the bolt anymore, right?
Oh, he's not cursed anymore.
Full circle, complete full circle moment.
Wow, they were able to age them so well. Look.
So we have Draco, and who's that? I don't remember who his wife is.
Yeah, I never saw him with a girl. Come on, how's the movie?
Ginny looks tired.
Ginny is...
She's been working a lot.
Where's my... Oh,
There we go.
damn, Hermione didn't age a bit.
I know. Neither did Ron.
Look at their kids. Oh my god.
Oh, they're definitely Weasleys.
Look at that. Oh.
Oh, he does have the scar still. It's faint.
It's
What if
faint.
I am put in Slytherin?
That's okay.
Albus Severus Potter.
Wow, ASP.
You were named after 2 headmasters of Hogwarts. One of them was a Slytherin.
Wow.
The bravest man I've ever known.
But just say that I am.
Then Slytherin House will have gained a wonderful young wizard.
Hmm.
If it really means that much to you, you can choose Gryffindor. The Sorting Hat takes your choice into account.
That's really nice. Albus Severus Potter. That's amazing.
Oh, that's so beautiful.
Whew.
I wonder what their daughter's name is.
I know. They probably say it in the books, right? That's why we should read the books. James? So his other son's name is James, it said in the captions.
I suppose.
Off they go.
9
Platform 9 and 3/4.
It feels like we're on 10 though. Oh, what a close. What a close.
I open at the close. I have to pee. I've been holding my pee.
I actually have to pee too.
Okay, so we're gonna take the routine pee break, and we will be right back after the following commercials. Put the glasses over here.
Back cracked. for
Yeah,
the
back cracked.
conversation.
Adjust myself.
Oh,
Put on my seatbelt.
Spine is cracking. I'm an old lady.
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 All right.
Oh, that was crazy ride.
Too many layers, I feel, right? It's like,
Oh, talk about all the knots being tied. It's like,
all right. First of all, I didn't write as many notes this time because I just felt, I don't know, like there are certain movies where I just don't really feel compelled to like jot down too many notes. I feel more inclined to just fixate my eyes completely and just fully immerse myself in the story. Do you want me to just go through these short notes that I have?
Yes.
It's like half a page, and I don't even know if any of these make sense. Wand core allegiance changes. So I wrote that down because Ollivander told Harry that that's part of wand core. The allegiance of the Elder Wand. So it was Draco who disarmed Dumbledore, and Dumbledore allowed himself to be disarmed by Draco because obviously Dumbledore is a very powerful wizard. He has the Elder Wand, so you would think that somebody with the Elder Wand wouldn't easily get disarmed like he did. But then we saw that it was part of the plan all along because Dumbledore was dying.
yes, he was gonna die anyways.
Yeah, I still don't know what to make about his hand getting corrupt that way. Yeah, I still don't understand why he had a death sentence. Maybe I missed something. But the point of the thing is that he had like less than a year to live. And so he started plotting the whole kind of like plan with Snape. Hermione becomes her abuser. Oh yeah, like I thought that was really poetic because Hermione got severely abused by Bellatrix. She got mudblood carved into her arm. And I think it was the most visceral, kind of just grotesque, spine-chilling acting, kind of like screaming that didn't really feel like acting, you know? Like it felt like Hermione was pulling the actress, which I don't know her name. Do you know her name?
Emma Watson?
Emma Watson, like she was pulling from somewhere deep within her soul when she did that scene. Like she was squealing and screaming in the way where it just didn't feel like acting to me. Like it just broke, it just shattered the whole ceiling of illusion of watching a movie. So she became the person who was abusing her.
Yeah.
And that was the only way to retrieve the treasure. And then the treasure that was retrieved in Bellatrix's vault had to be destroyed by
Ron?
By Hermione.
By Hermione, yes, Hermione
In
destroyed
the
it.
Chamber
Yes,
of Secrets.
I forgot. The cup, yeah.
In the Chamber of Secrets, which at one point in the movie, like during the reaction, you said the name Moaning Myrtle. And then I started thinking, like, I didn't realize, because then I realized like a few movies later, but then I don't think I ever mentioned it on camera. But it was so obvious. It should have been obvious while we were watching it. But Moaning Myrtle, or maybe we did discuss this, she was the one that was killed by Tom Riddle. And she even said it, I think, right? Like when they asked her and stuff, like what happened. So Tom Riddle sacrificed Moaning Myrtle to open the Chamber of Secrets because it required a sacrifice of a woman. Like it's the traditional kind of like trope of... how do I say this? Of the pure feminine, right? Opens the Chamber of Secrets, opens the door to the underworld. It's the tale of Persephone, right? It's like something along those lines.
Yeah.
But then that's why Hermione had to be the one who destroyed one of the Horcruxes in the Chamber of Secrets. And it had to be in the Chamber of Secrets. And so she kind of like closed the whole cycle of requiring a sacrifice, because then she, just destroyed the source that was requiring a sacrifice, if that makes sense, right?
Yeah.
So then it's the feminine kind of reversing the roles, and then the feminine sacrifices the masculine, instead of the masculine always always seeking a feminine sacrifice.
Yeah, and then what's interesting too is that when she embodied Bellatrix, right? Like she took the polyjuice potion with Bellatrix's hair, which is like the craziest part of her. It's her like wacky hair, you know? Because you could probably take any part of the person to use a polyjuice. But anyways, when she became Bellatrix in the Gringotts, she said, I have an idea, but it's mad. And it was already after she had retransformed into Hermione, but the idea being so crazy, which was jumping on the dragon's back, is like something that a Lestrange person would do, like a strange and kind of like mad person. It
was so out of pocket for Hermione, right? Because she's more of like a calculated intellectual who would say, oh, like dragons, this species of dragon usually doesn't take well to people riding on it. And so whatever she would make up. But I think it's because whenever Hermione gets emotional, she lets go of her rational side. And so she saw the dragon being chained up and being abused and kind of, just being tortured. And that struck her in the heart. And so I think that she, like something happens to Hermione where she just shifts radically depending on emotions,
And when they're in like imminent danger, like she's been the one who's very quick to kind of like come up with the solutions, And then it's like also the flip reversal of Ron now being the more like
attentive.
Like having more of like the knowledge, like in terms of certain things. that Hermione maybe doesn't think of because she's been more like active instead of just,
book smart.
yeah, instead of just sharing her intellect. But then what's crazy is that when she becomes Bellatrix, we see Bellatrix with Voldemort being very cowardly. So it's like very out of character for her, because before she was like, let me kill the boy. And then Severus has to say, no, he belongs to the Dark Lord. And she's just very, and she's only been cowardly twice, which is when Harry almost threatened to kill her. And now towards the end without her wand. It's like towards the end when she's like just kind of, shadowing Voldemort a little bit and then kind of trying to help him and trying to, come to his aid and stuff.
I think it has a lot to do with the idea that Voldemort doesn't really value his followers at all. Like, he views all of them as disposable.
Yeah.
So I think after, like, once she starts seeing Voldemort just killing his followers one by one, especially Snape, I think it clicks something in her head where she's like, oh, I can't really trust that he's gonna like me forever, like I can't really push the boundaries. I can't be Lestrange, too much too Lestrange around Voldemort. Yeah. I have to be more normal.
I need to be more Bella. It's like
more Bella, less Lestrange around Voldemort. Otherwise he's gonna just, if I say like my lord and then the
yeah, just like the other guy,
which just so happened to be the Minister of Magic.
Oh, yeah, the one that got appointed as,
Like, that was the guy who he just killed. Like, he just killed off the whole ministry.
Oh, there's been so many flips on this, and this one, oh man.
One thing that I want to point out before I forget, because I didn't write it down, was when Harry grabs a hold of Voldemort and then they take a leap of faith and they jump off the cliff. What's interesting to me, which I thought of, was like, Harry survived that fall because of Voldemort, right? It's because of like the negative aspects of himself, which showed both of them kind of just joining together and becoming one, because they are the same person essentially, right? Like, if you don't take the whole story literally and believe that there's an actual castle, and you start looking at it symbolically of like what it could represent for every single person watching, like, it's a whole process of individuation, right? It's like becoming one, becoming whole again. It's integrating your shadow self. It's literally what it showed. You integrate the Christ consciousness self, the light body, with the shadow self. It's God and Satan. It's whatever religion or mythology, like, there's always a counterbalance. There's always a good and there's evil, yin and yang, join together. And then because they joined together and they were together, both of them survived that fall, but mainly off of the flight ability of Voldemort. It's like Voldemort glided both of them to relative safety, kind of,
Yeah.
And I thought that was really interesting, because if Harry had just jumped off, maybe he would have died. It's like, who knows? It's like, that's a pretty steep fall. He could have used Arresto Momentum, but I don't know how easy that is to do. I don't know if he's capable of doing it like Hermione does. Who knows? But I just really enjoyed that visual. I think it was incredible. It's like, let's finish this how we started together. And I also like the idea of like whenever Voldemort was shown on screen in this movie, he was accompanied by Nagini. And then Nagini is the natural representation of this supernatural, mystical, magical being that people don't really know what he is, right? Is he part snake? Is he part whatever, demon? Is he, whatever he is, he's a dark wizard. But then every time he would show up on camera, and when he moved, you wouldn't see Nagini, but you would hear her movement and the slithering of a snake and the sounds like, but it would show Voldemort just like moving. Yeah. And so it's like, when it's supposed to show that he is the snake and the snake is him.
Yeah, and also foreshadowing that would be the last piece of his soul. Because as soon as Neville, because it wasn't even with Harry Potter that Voldemort dies. It's when Nagini dies. And then it's when Neville like uses the Gryffindor sword, which is, that's really crazy.
Yeah. So I just wanted to point out those last two because I just didn't want to forget. And I have half a potato brain today. So
No, you're doing
bear
so
with
good,
me.
guys. We're gonna do great.
Okay, Hermione becomes her abuser. Really, really cool. I'm just trying to think what else was in the... It'll come to me.
And speaking of abused becomes the abuser in like a metaphorical sense, because I don't really see Neville as an abuser for killing Nagini and like stepping up. But Voldemort was the one that cursed his parents.
Who tortured them.
Who tortured them. And they're like in a madhouse. Like they're basically just, they've just gone mad, essentially.
Because Mad Eye Moody said that what
Yeah.
was done to them
Is
was worse than death.
Yeah, it's like they're basically not even alive mentally.
They're not the same
Yeah.
people. Yeah.
And so for Neville to be the one to kill Voldemort, it's actually a great full circle. And then if you think about what he said, that they were teaching the Cruciatus curse, which is the torturing curse, right?
On children.
On the first year students. And then he refused, and then that's why he was being, tortured. Yeah. But then it's like, it's all full circle.
It is full circle.
It's like we come to see that he refused to torture the
spider.
The spider, right? When the fake Mad Eye Moody Barty Crouch asked him to. And then he refused to torture the first year students, and then his parents were tortured by Voldemort. Then he is the one that gets to finally kill Voldemort when the sword of Gryffindor presents itself to a worthy Gryffindor.
Yes.
The one who was a coward, right? Abused, just like this pushed around kid, pushed around by Malfoy, pushed around by everybody, kind of like, second class citizen, and then just comes into this role of like,
He was the first one to step up against Voldemort after Malfoy cowardly just went and hugged him.
oh, it's so crazy.
Yeah, and he stood up to Voldemort while limping.
Yeah.
With a limp. With a limp and...
Unarmed.
What's that saying? On a limp and a hope?
On a limb? On a limb, yeah.
Yeah.
Hanging
On a
from
limb and a prayer or something like that, right? It's like a prayer and a limb. I don't know.
I don't know.
But I found that really interesting because he could have become the abuser kind of thing. Yeah. Okay, so Thieves' downfall washes all incantations. I found that really cool. That with the fall of thieves, all of their magic kind of like gets washed away. Like once a thief falls, which is what happened. I still don't know what to make of that. But I would think that, ooh, you know what I just thought of?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's crazy. The fall of Adam, like random thought, but like the fall of Adam involves them basically getting expelled from the world of magic, from the land of infinite like luxury. Does that make sense?
And also like illusions in a sense. So so the same way that the enchantments kind of disappear. When Eve eats the apple, the whole illusion of perfection in the
Paradise.
Garden of Eden, it disappears.
Yes. And then they're forced to fall down into the real world, and that's when the consequences come in.
And they notice that they're naked. It's like just like them. It's like they notice that they're no longer in disguise, and now they're no longer
it's like a little poetic nugget somewhere in there. It's like, but it's exactly what you're saying. It's the fall of Adam, the fall of Eve. They fall, and then all the magic dissipates, The Gemino curse, to me, it's interesting because it reminds me of Gemini. And then Gemini is like duality, multiplicity, right? And then when they touch something, when they touch a treasure inside of Bellatrix Lestrange's vault, it multiplies to the point where it's capable of crushing whoever is seeking the treasure. And then I think that that's just a telling kind of like lesson of what happens when you lustfully kind of like seek out greed and you just focus on greed. Like greed is able to basically crush you within your own vault, right? So if you prioritize greed too much and you seek only to accumulate riches and to hoard gold and all these materialistic things, the very things that you accumulate and you value could be the source of your demise, basically, and crush you.
Then you'll drown in it, essentially.
You'll drown in it, yeah.
And then what's interesting about that, because I just had a quick note. It's so weird because it's all kind of symbolic, right? Like the treasures multiplying the gold and stuff, and then the thieves. And think about pirates, right? Because this is automatically what I thought about for whatever reason. It's like I thought of treasure and gold and pirates and the whole trope and whatever. The goblin's name is Grip Hook, like a pirate, and he wanted the sword of Gryffindor just like pirates want treasure.
They want the booty.
It's like they want the booty. And then the crazy thing is that is what you're saying. It's like then it's the drowning in gold, and it's the like I don't know if I could piece it together right, but there's definitely some like pirate symbolism in there.
Yeah, I think it also reminds me of the I think it's Greek, but again, I butcher every single analogy that I try to draw because I don't have a good memory, but I think it's called Jason and the Golden Fleece, and the idea was that there was this golden fleece that this hero had to acquire, but then you had to go through many trials, and apparently like the culture of the place where he was tasked with the mission to achieve the golden fleece, they used sheepskin to filter out gold from a flowing river, and then they would basically like comb out the sheepskin in order to get like little nuggets of gold. But then there was a golden fleece that belonged to a golden lamb or a golden sheep, and it had belonged originally to Zeus. And then it was like fleece of the gods essentially. But then what I thought of was that there's a continual kind of like trope of the hero has to undergo like a large task that's usually dangerous and deadly, which was the case with the dragon, right? But in this case, my point is that to everyone else, the dragon is more of a nuisance, especially for the goblins, because they are armed with knowledge and how to manipulate and torture, and that's coming from a species within that world that prioritizes gold and wealth and accumulation and hoarding of material goods. And you could draw analogy with like current people, like business people, finance people who just care about numbers going up and down, and they don't care whoever gets fired, whoever gets tortured, whichever unethical business practices are conducted, and so they know all of the ins and outs and the tax loops and the whatever it is, right? But so the goblins represent those types of people in our modern society, where they're armed with just the knowledge that's necessary in order to guarantee them safe passage to the gold. So the dragon for them is viewed as a nuisance. To maybe other guards or other wizards, the dragon is intimidating, it's scary, it's dangerous. But to our three heroes, like when they saw the dragon, the first reaction was empathy, it seemed, right? Like they displayed empathy. So it didn't seem like it was a monster to be overcome, but instead it was a monster to be kind of like not tamed, but befriended and then released. Yeah. Right? So their first inkling was like, how do I help this monster? Instead of how do I like conquer it? How do I destroy it? How do I kill it? Because if they had left the dragon there, which is what I realized after the fact, because Voldemort went there and he killed every single one of them. He killed the goblin, the hook goblin. He killed all the guards. He killed all the goblins. He would have killed the dragon. But then the dragon is what saved the heroes, the injured, wounded dragon. And I don't know where I was going with this, but it's the whole story is my point of the hero has to slay the monster in order to retrieve the treasure. Yeah. Trove, kind of retrieve the chest.
Yeah, it's always like the big, kind of, like a monster that you have to overcome, quote unquote. But
in this case, they wouldn't have retrieved the treasure without the assistance of the monster itself. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. Like, there would be no treasure without the monster. All right, guys. So we had some technical difficulties, as you saw in the last 10 minutes leading up to this point. Our mics just completely malfunctioned. It was not recording. I don't know why. Some days it seems like everything that could go wrong does go wrong.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, and it does like weigh on us, because we already have like a hard time doing these sometimes, like mentally, because we want to do our best and share so many things like afterwards, and then we're trying to keep so much together.
Yeah, but again, this is like a one-man army up until this point in terms of production, like live production. It's just us. Like, we control everything, so we often have to keep up with the camera, with the recording situation, with like everything that's involved in doing these videos. And at times it's hard to be immersed in the conversation and also keep an eye on all, make sure every metric is met,
Yeah.
So I think it was only like 10 minutes where the mic's cut off, but hopefully the camera picks up on it. We'll like try to do some magic in post-production. But yeah, so okay. So one last thing that I just wanted to point out, tying in with the Bellatrix's vault and the Gemini curse, is that Gemini is ruled by Mercury, right? And then Mercury was known as a trickster deity, kind of, Mercurius. And it's interesting because that's what Bellatrix kind of is. Like, she's kind of like a trickster god. She's very ambiguous. She's very untrustworthy, and you can't really decide where she stands. Even the way she walks is kind of crooked.
Even within her own family.
Even within her own family, yeah.
She's untrustworthy.
So I just found that cool, the Gemini curse. Bellatrix's vault crushed by gold. Yep.
I wanted to make a joke. Well, also maybe it's like a fun point too, but everything multiplying, right? Like the gold multiplying. I thought of like the Midas touch. It's like they touched it and everything turns to gold, except in this case, the gold was multiplying itself.
Huh. That's actually really good.
So yeah, I don't know the full story, but I do know the whole idea of.
What did they retrieve from the vault?
It was like a cup, like a.
It was like a trophy cup, right?
A trophy cup, yeah.
It's like a trophy, okay. And then Hermione kills it, which, by the way, like, that scene was interesting too. I think that there's a lot of, like, it was very wet, but it was also the final coming together of these two main characters. And so I was like, wow, like, they made it very moist, very wet scene, a lot of water. But it is, though, it's like on a subconscious level, I think that it does kind of prime you into understanding it in like different facets, but on screen it's just beautiful. Like, that's why, for example, in like usually in older movies, they show the main love interest kind of coming together under the rain and kissing in like a wet, right? So it's always like that wetness. I think that it is intentional and it's on purpose. And then I also like the idea that after she destroys the Horcrux, Voldemort's damned soul comes, like, manifests itself as this flood, and then they initially, like, they don't even know if they should be scared, because I think that while they're escaping it would be interesting to know, like, get into the mind of the actors in that moment. But I would imagine that the director probably told them, all right, so I want you guys to be scared, but I also want you guys to show that you're not quite sure if you should be scared or not, because it's just water. But at the same time, you don't know if it's just water, because you see the face of Voldemort in the water, in the waves. But then once they kind of surrender and they just stop and just face the wave and allow the water to do its thing, the water just cleanses both of them. And then that's when they turn to each other and they kiss. So I feel like it was like a baptism kind of thing. It was baptized by water in this case, but baptized under the circumstance of just overcoming darkness,
I feel like it's like a perfect thing for the final chapter, because it's a cleansing moment. So they both defeat a Horcrux at this point, and then it feels like all of the evil and corruption is kind of slowly washing itself away, and it's in their hands as well. And then that happening, just like you said, it's almost like this rebirth. And then it flourishes like a new part of their relationship, kind of like a more, like, now think about this, like, you can't really give yourself fully into love in the middle of a war. I mean, you can, but you're so preoccupied with other things, and then there's also fear and of like getting too close to someone and then something happening to them, for instance, you know?
It's a choice to go against the wave.
Yeah, exactly. And then at this point it feels like they're finally getting closer, so now they could finally like bask in each other a little bit more. Like it feels like this kind of relief, you know?
And it also feels like their love and their connection can kind of withstand any external kind of anomaly that tries to break them apart, because even when the wave hits them, it's shot as if it's just a little bit of water, just like washing them. It's just a quick flash of water, you know?
Yeah.
It's not like they get swept with the wave and they're drowning, and then Hermione's like, and then Ron's holding onto one of those snake statues. It's like, come on, grab my hand or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like none of that. But then I also realized that Ron, look, these are all things that I'm thinking right now live, right? That's why I just want us to take our time with this like post review, because again, I wrote up until here, as you guys could see, in this small little notepad. There's not much to go off of in terms of writing, but I do want to go off of in terms of intuition. Ron was the one to suggest that the solution to destroying one of the Horcruxes is in the Chamber of Secrets. He spoke Parseltongue, which kind of equals him to Harry, right? So he became Harry Potter in that moment. So it's not just Harry Potter. It's not just the chosen one who's able to speak that language, to open the doors, to access the chamber. Ron stepped into Harry's shoes, but not only did he step into Harry's shoes, he stepped into his own shoes. And then he proved to himself in that moment when he was able to access the door and open it. He most likely felt accomplished, felt like, wow, like I, Ron Weasley, opened this door. And then when he did that, his insecurity immediately followed that, which I think is very normal when you're like a jealous type, because I'm a jealous type. So it's like when you're a jealous type, you always meet your, how do I explain this? He opened the chamber and then he basically told Hermione, like, Harry talks in his sleep. Haven't you noticed? And then she kind of says like, no, I haven't noticed at all. It's like, because he wanted to know if she noticed these like small little nuances of Harry Potter, because usually when you're interested in someone, you pick up on the small little nuances, right? Like, you know what they usually eat, what they usually like, you know what they would love as a present, you know how they sleep, how they don't sleep. So it's like he wanted to see how much of the little nuances that make, you know, Harry Potter who he is, how much of it Hermione pays attention to.
Yeah.
And then what I realized in that moment was like, oh, so Hermione genuinely only is genuinely Harry's best friend, in the sense where she just wants to help him overcome whatever he has to overcome, which in this case is Voldemort. And then Ron gets like a sense of like reassurance. So all of that build up, right, from the last movie where Ron was just overcome with this like flood of jealousy essentially, and then he destroys the locket, and then he sees the worst case scenario in his mind, which is his best friends just getting together, and then him being left astray, and all of his dreams just crumbling. And then in this movie, it shows him redeeming himself in the real world, and then getting all of those like small little reassurances that he needs in order to regain his confidence.
Yeah.
And then I think that that's also why when he gets the Fang, he doesn't feel the need to showboat to Hermione and just be the one who destroys the Horcrux, because he could have done that in a sense of ego and just macho-ness and just be like, no, like, I'll do it because I destroyed the locket, so I have experience destroying Horcruxes. It would even make sense. But then in that case, he allows her now to shine, and that's when you see that both of them equal each other. You know, like, it's an equal love. It's not a love where Ron feels insecure again and he feels lesser than and he feels undeserving of Hermione's love. It's like he views both of them at equals, like as equals.
Right.
And then the flood, I think, just finalizes the purification process and just dissolves any fear that they have to fall fully in love together.
Yeah.
And then that's why they turn and they kiss, and then when they reappear before Harry, they're both holding hands in public. It's like it's a public statement. It's like they're presenting their love to the world. So when you decide to present your love to the world, in my opinion, that's when you have to have this like reassurance that it's kind of like bulletproof. It kind of like can outlast any tempest, any thunder, any rain, any flood. And that's when they confidently present themselves.
Yeah.
So I think it's interesting.
Yeah, that is, and that kind of goes to the word in the Bible that says like love does not boast. So that's why Ron doesn't, like you said, like he doesn't take that as a moment to be boastful or to be
cocky.
Yeah, and allows her to also grow into herself the way that she has. It's just like motivating one another, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah. So just continuing off of the list real quick, right?
Yes.
Bellatrix's vault crushed by gold. I thought that was really cool. The irony of being crushed by gold inside of a vault. I feel like that's poetic and it's beautiful. Voldemort, wounded animal equals more dangerous. So there was a moment when who was destroyed? Well, when they destroyed this Horcrux, or Harry destroyed the crown, Nagini is shown kind of like curling up, right? And just assuming this defensive position, just ready to pounce and ready to attack anyone who's intimidating or threatening her. And I think that represented Voldemort in that sense. So it's a lot of back and forth between the snake and Voldemort, because again, subconsciously, I think it's supposed to plant somewhere deep within us that Voldemort equals the snake. And then in most mythological stories, the snake, because it's the lowest creature, it could smell. How do snakes? I forgot what the saying is, but snakes can hear through their skin, so they pick up on low vibration, low rumblings of the earth. Like they can hear the earth more closely than most animals can, because they slither on their belly, right? So they're so attached and dependent on the earth that they can hear and feel it. And they smell with their tongue, I think is what I was trying to figure it out. So they constantly to like smell their prey and to establish their location in the world. And I think that's why it kept pouncing between Voldemort and the snake, because Voldemort is this lowly, ego-centered, kind of just heavy and just heavy being, that's just attached to the earth. Like he has no connection with the divine. And then it's funny how it opens with him stealing the Elder Wand from a dead man.
Yeah, robbing a grave.
Yeah, exactly that. Robbing a grave, which is the lowest of lows, right? But then he did that also in Goblet of Fire when he stole the bone of his ancestors or something like that. So he robbed the grave, and he robs the living of their life, and he robs everybody. Like he's a thief. So he's the number one thief. But then what's interesting is that when Voldemort goes to the bank, like the fall of a thief doesn't affect him. Like I just thought of that. Like maybe there's something there. It's like he doesn't use enchantments. Like he doesn't even try.
Yeah.
He's just a murderer.
Yeah.
Like I don't even think that he's a thief. Like he's just a plain out murderer. Like he's just the lowest of lows. Because to be a thief is what Harry and Hermione and Ron were. But then to steal from a thief, like, does that make you a thief? Like, are you still a thief if you steal from a thief?
No. Well,
if you steal from a thief.
But
I don't know where I was going with that.
But there's like levels to it, though. It's like it's intention, and it's also like the purpose for which the stealing is being done, kind of,
If it's done for the greater good.
Yeah, then, like I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. But I just found that cool with the whole Nagini and Voldemort. Like that really, really, really amazed me in terms of just the effect. Like, just like I said, like Voldemort glides through a scene, and then you just hear the snake just gliding through the floor, and you hear it, hissing. And I thought that was really quite brilliant in it.
Yeah, and it's interesting too, because I wouldn't have suspected that he would put his life into something that's living,
Mhm.
especially something so close by to him, you know, because it's kind of like putting a part of his soul into Nagini, is like kind of puts him in a susceptible position because it's not an object that you can hide somewhere, anywhere really, and it may never be found. Like it's literally right beside him.
Right.
But I guess that in that case, it's also unsuspecting to people, and that's why they didn't think of it at first, you know. But I don't know. I thought that was like I just didn't expect it. I thought that was like kind of foolish, quote unquote, you know.
Yeah.
It's just very.
Yeah, I think it's an oversight for sure
Yeah.
because it also shows that I was trying to think about this. Does Voldemort's relationship with Nagini, maybe in the books it's more intricate and it's more detailed, but does his relationship with Nagini equate to a pet owner relationship where there's like a bond that's founded on somewhat of love?
Yeah.
Because if that's the case, then it shows that Voldemort is at least capable of love.
Yeah.
He might not have love. He might not be, you know, consciously aware that he has love himself, but maybe that's like a sign that because if you have an attachment to a living thing, then usually that attachment can go both ways. It's either very abusive, where you suffocate the thing and you kill it, or it's liberating, where you provide that thing with its own autonomy.
Yes.
And he treats Nagini kind of above any of his servants, any of his people.
Yes.
Like he basically gives Nagini a priority.
But it's also because Nagini is a part of him.
Is him.
is him, yeah.
Right. So then it's like, it's interesting. But then people say that our pets resemble the owners.
Yeah.
So then, like, I think that's part of why humans treat dogs so well, because dogs represent the eternal goodness. Oh, is there anything in there?
Yeah, let me just get it.
Is it gone?
Oh, wait.
What is it?
This is like a little crumb. There.
Poop?
Nope, just a crumb.
Just poop.
Or like a fluffy thing, like a little...
But then, like, that just made me think of, like, how our attachment to pets might be nothing more than our love of ourselves. It's
True,
like a form of narcissism.
because we kind of like morph their personalities and stuff
We
too.
project.
Yeah. But what I was going to say is that to counter that, to play devil's advocate here,
To play Voldemort's
I
advocate.
think that he would 100% sacrifice Nagini if it meant that he could reach immortality. 100,000%.
Yeah.
I think that that's the reason he created 7 Horcruxes, because if he had 100% faith that just having one Horcrux would be enough, and that he could keep Nagini alive because he just loves her so much and feels like this
he
bond.
would never selflessly
He would never,
sacrifice himself.
he would never. And he would sacrifice Nagini if it ensured his whole like
Survive.
plan of becoming immortal. He literally said, like, I want everyone to die and I want to be the only one left. It's like, what is there even going to be for you
Like, that doesn't even make
with
sense.
immortality? It's like,
Yeah.
there's not going to be he feels power over people, but if the whole world dies, then you have power over nobody.
Yeah.
You feel like you have power over Dominion, but you have no power because there's nothing
Left for you to.
yeah, there's
be-
nothing to base that power off of. It's like you're not ruling over anything.
I loved when a lot of the Death Eaters just started escaping.
Yeah.
I really love that. Where he proved that for the second time, because he was convincing the whole world that it was an anomaly. It was like, that shouldn't have happened, and it never would happen, and it never will happen again.
Yeah.
And then, lo and behold, in front of everybody, in front of Hagrid, in front of his Death Eaters, he completely dissolved this like aura, this impenetrable, bulletproof persona that he was building up until that point. And then, speaking of Death Eaters just running away, what I did find really interesting is also the parallels between Lily and Narcissa, or Narcissa. I think it's probably Narcissa, but Lily and Narcissa, right? Lily is a lily flower, and Narcissa is a form of. It's also a form of lily, which is interesting. Like, it is a form of lily. I forget the name.
Do you just use my phone and search it real quick? Because I was going to search something too after.
Yeah, Google Lily Narcissa or Narcissus. Because the myth of Narcissus was that Narcissus got turned into a lily, right?
Yeah, narcissus flowers, also known as daffodils.
Daffodils, that's the name of it. Yeah, so Narcissus flowers, also known as daffodils, are a type of flowering plant that can be planted in the fall and bloom in the spring. Yeah, so it's a wild daffodil. So it's interesting, right? So Draco's mother...
Known as the Lent lily, it says. So it is a type of lily.
It is a type of lily, right? So it's all supposed to be a direct contrast, right? So it's good and it's evil. So you have the white lily, which is the purest form of lily, which it showed in the flashback. Severus Snape gifted her a white lily. And then she opened the white lily in her hand and it started blooming. And then Aunt Petunia, I think that Aunt Petunia, she was jealous of the fact that her sister got enrolled and her sister was destined for this magical existence while she was destined to maybe become her mother, you know? And I think that usually we want to outgrow our parents. And so when you have a sibling who shows to be like a prodigy from a young age, it really probably unmotivates her, you know? Like, like I don't really blame them for their story, like none of them really. I think that all of them have their own reasons for being how they are. But then Lily and Narcissa, is my point, is Draco's mom still has that unconditional motherly affection for her child, even though her child doesn't show to have great promise like Harry Potter, like you're going to go on to do great things and you're going to do great things in Gryffindor and you're going to be the seeker and the captain of the Quidditch team. Draco is expected to just follow suit in whatever his father's fears are projected onto him. And yeah, I think that also Narcissa going against Voldemort's request of honestly responding as to whether or not Harry Potter was still alive or dead, I think it's her going against her own husband as well. Because it's her finally standing up and doing what her husband can't do.
Yeah, which is like, in a way, also protecting their son. Because I feel like the father, Lucius, is very responsible for Draco being so involved in the Death Eaters and having his own life at risk with Voldemort, right? And then the mom has to embody that role like by herself.
And if you notice too, like before Voldemort was reincarnated, like before he came back to life, Lucius was always shown as this holier than thou, kind of chest out, prideful human being who was greater and above everybody else. But then the moment Voldemort comes back, he just paralyzes.
Yeah,
and like he realizes what's really at stake.
And you could see it physically. It's like he looks so drained.
He looks completely out of it.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, look how interesting, right? Lucius is alive and he looks like he's dying, like he's looking so frail and whatever. And then in the vision that where Harry opens the snitch, which we'll talk about and stuff, and then he sees the people that have passed on, his like family essentially, even Lupin and Sirius Black, like they're his family. Sirius Black versus when we first met him, how frail he was, but in that vision he looks so healthy. I was like, wow, like in the afterlife he looks so much more alive than Lucius does.
Youthful.
Yeah, than Lucius does breathing. It's like Lucius does actually being alive.
And speaking of Sirius and Azkaban, I think it's because Sirius was imprisoned in Azkaban, obviously, but then he was kind of surrounded by darkness. And that's what Lucius is, essentially. Like, he's surrounded by darkness. He's always in diagonally. Yeah, like the dark wizard kind of like alleyways. I forgot what it's called. Leaky Cauldron or something like that.
Yeah.
But he's always in that like dark wizard world. And I also noticed that he has like markings on his neck, like a few numbers, and I'm assuming it's prison markings from Azkaban maybe. So, or maybe it's from some other association. Maybe he's in a gang, or he was. But there's like numbers on his neck. So I'm assuming that he's just imprinted upon, like that he's dialed in terms of darkness. Like he can't escape it at this point.
And I really like the parallel between Draco and his mom. I think that they're both like very fearful people, but that they have good within them. It's like they're able to discern good from bad, and so that's why Draco he's still always so hesitant in the face of of like when it comes to a crossroads of doing what's right and what's wrong. He knows what's right, and he's finds a way to kind of stray away from the wrong, even though because of everything, like he does spiral into it a little bit, but he does redeem himself. So even though he doesn't get this full redemption, which I was kind of hoping for,
me too,
he does redeem himself just by not giving away Harry Potter's identity to Bellatrix, and B, just like the essence of being able to understand what's right, like that's already a step. It's not the full thing. You like action matters more than just intention, but it's something, and it's the same for his mom. So he takes more after his mom in that sense, even though in the beginning he wanted to he would always say, I'm going to tell my father about this, and his father was kind of, just like you said, used as the intimidating kind of thing that he could hold over people, because his father was like a powerful guy, but in reality he has so much more in common with his mom. It's like he is much more alike to his mom than to his dad, I think, in some ways, but he's a coward like his dad, I think, too. Yeah,
and what's cool too is that you can draw a bunch of parallels, and a lot of people will say that this is completely wrong and you shouldn't, reach this far. But I was just thinking right now, right? Like, what if all of this can be a reflection also of the Dursleys?
Yeah.
Right? Because you can draw parallels. Like, Aunt Petunia is Narcissa, and then Dudley is Malfoy, and then Vernon is Lucius.
Yeah.
And when Dudley was confronted with the Dementors and he saw the Dementors, he completely froze up and he got scared and he got cowardly, and so he had his little pack and he was known as Big D. And then he cowered, and then Harry Potter had to save him. And so it's not his first time encountering the same species of human, kind of, it's Aunt Petunia is this prideful woman who loves her son more than anything. And so it's the love of the mother. I feel like it prevails both in evil and in good. And then you see that in mythology, right? Like the extent that gods or goddesses more specifically will go to save their children. And then you have the example of Zeus, right? Zeus's mother saved him from his father Cronus, who was going to eat him, and then she just gave him a stone instead. And so she protected her son from time, and time equates to decaying, and decaying equals death. And so the mother always tries to shield the child from decaying, from completely dying. And I think that that's love. Like, love prevails in both dark and light.
Yeah, and just like you said, the similarities in all of the mothers is uncanny.
Yeah.
It's like Molly, like how she, protects her children. It's like all of the mothers are protective of their children. And it's interesting because we had gotten a comment. I don't remember exactly what it said, but it said that J.K. Rowling didn't have a father. Like, her father wasn't present in her life, and that's why she created so many father figures for Harry.
Ooh,
and that's why he has, but then also, I don't know what her relationship was like with her mom, but if her mom was the sole parent in her life, then it makes sense why she made the mothers so intensely loving towards their children, even if the fathers were kind of, a little bit colder, or for other people, not for Harry, you know what I'm saying, Lucius and stuff.
And I think that your statement just now reflects also in the flashback with Snape kind of stepping over James Potter, right? So there's little attention given to James Potter in that moment. Like, the camera shows his face for a half a second, and then Snape just sees his feet on the stairs and he kind of like steps over him. But then when he sees Lily Potter, like he just breaks down and crumbles. So it's not like he even reaches out to James and tries to like be like, oh man, like you treated me like shit, but still have love for you. I think that when love is inconvenient, it's more powerful than convenience.
Yeah.
Right? Because when it's convenient, then it's easier and it requires less effort. So Snape's love for Lily, in that sense, I think it might have been stronger than James Potter's love for Lily.
Yeah, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because if you have a love that's shown to be kind of like platonic in a sense, like it's never going to be fulfilled, an unfulfilled desire, if you still continue that love from afar, then I feel like that shows more of your capacity to love.
Yeah.
Because most people in modern days, especially, like if any inconvenience, it's like, oh, she doesn't like pepperoni or she doesn't like pineapple on her pizza, we can't be together. It's like, I can't have kids with you because you don't like pineapple on a pizza. It's like we set the standard so low nowadays that's why we have this like hookup culture, and we have all these people kind of just like lost in terms of love. Because I think that the purpose and the solemn purpose of life is to find your soulmate and then try to just harness as much capacity for love as you can for each other and then for the world, and then you just like sprout.
Yeah.
You know? But I just found that cool. I don't know.
No, but it makes a lot of sense. I genuinely felt that way too. It's like we haven't seen much of James and Lily and their relationship, but just that scene with Snape and Lily, like I could just feel the immense love that he has for her. And then you also have to think about him protecting Harry Potter even though he's not his child. And he could have been his child if there was like a different pathway, you know,
in an alternate universe.
It's very telling of just how strong his love is for Lily. So even though he does despise Harry to an extent because he's just a spitting image of his father as well, like he's his father's child, his love for Lily like overshadows any of the hatred and the pain that he feels towards like James Potter and you know the dynamic that they had, you know.
You know what's cool too is that
I keep saying you know.
No, it's fine. What's interesting is that there was like a little thing that Snape said where he basically said that what bothered him the most about Harry Potter, I feel like if I were to step inside of his head, is that Harry Potter was basking in his fame at certain points. Especially when he was younger. Like he was, because what's crazy and bloody brilliant is that Harry Potter never got any attention. So even attention for the wrong thing or for a bad thing is for him a form of love, right? Because usually he gets no attention at all and he just gets reprimanded for things that he didn't really do. He gets punished for things that he never said or did. And so when he finally gets a little bit of attention, but a lot of attention in this wizarding world, he has no other reaction or choice really, like instinctively, but to view it as a form of love because he never got attention. But then Snape was just really resentful of the fact that Harry Potter is famous because the love of his life died. So it's the death of his love which made this little boy famous, and not to mention the fact that he looks exactly like his father, but on top of it, he is unknowing of the full extent of his fame. But then Snape kind of like, it's kind of faulty on his end because as an adult, like you should maybe understand that. Because if I was Snape, I would understand that right off the bat. It's like, oh, like it makes sense how you came from nothing and you came from this muggle world and they treated you like shit. So now that everybody knows your name and everybody's saying like, oh, like you're the Harry Potter and stuff. But hey, just so you know, it's like, you just remember that you're famous because your mom died and she happened to be the love of my life. And it's like, I get that you're excited, little kid, but you got to just...
Yeah, but then that's the whole thing too, because they they explained why Snape was like had to be outwardly cold towards Harry, and it's because he couldn't give away that he had love for Lily.
Oh, because he's a Death Eater.
Yeah, and so he had to have his allegiance not kind of ambiguous from the start. It's like that's what he communicated with Dumbledore, and then he said no one must know a word of it. Like the idea that he loved Lily and that he's protecting Harry and all of this, like he had to keep it all so under wraps, and the best way to do that is to be the complete opposite in like portraying yourself to be the complete opposite, which is that you hate Harry, which is a lie. He loves Harry. It's like he does love Harry. That's why he protected him against Quirrell in the Quidditch match, which I just thought of.
Yes.
When Quirrell was like making Harry fall off his broom and basically trying to kill him in that moment.
He protected him against the werewolf,
yeah,
right?
He's been protecting him with the Patronus. It's like he's been protecting him.
And guiding him and keeping a watchful eye.
Because of love for him. Love for Lily translates as love for Harry. It just happens, like that's just how it is.
Yeah.
But then he can't show that. Like, he can't.
Which is a crazy way to live, right? Like, because most people, they love openly because people kind of compliment them on their open love, right? It's like, wow, it's so beautiful. Like, this ability to demonstrate love and to be open and affectionate and kind to everybody. It's so beautiful. I applaud you. Very nice, sir. And then the ego gets fed. But in Snape's case, it's like, imagine displaying the opposite on purpose to the whole world, and the world seeing you as this like slimy double triple agent, not really trustworthy, grumpy, dark, evil at times. And when deep down you're just a softie, like you're a soft human being who has to maybe just like seclude yourself in order to feel anything. It's like you have to hide yourself from the world. Because then Dumbledore said something along the lines like, so you're asking me to hide all of your good qualities, essentially.
Yeah.
And that really hit me too. I'm like, damn, it's like that's an ultimate sacrifice. Because if we're on this planet to love, then imagine having to hide that love and like not being able to do it.
And then meanwhile you have people like Voldemort who are just pure evil and have no good to them and only put out their worst, right? And then Snape has to put out his worst kind of not by choice, but also by choice, but not by choice. Not like with the right intentions. And so he seems just as despicable as Voldemort, especially after he kills Dumbledore in the face of all these students, in the face of his colleagues, in the face of everybody he's loved and grown close to. But then it's not really a choice though. He kind of has to make that self-sacrifice.
Yeah, and then speaking of self-sacrifice, right? At one point, like towards the end, I was trying to pinpoint together. I was like, so did Snape really die for nothing? And then I kept thinking to myself, it can't be for nothing, because like everything in this whole series so far up until that point is perfect in my opinion. Like everything's so deep, it's so rich with like meaning. And then I just started thinking, he saved Malfoy's life. Like that's why Snape died.
Yeah.
Snape died for the best of the Slytherin. Which the best of the Slytherin in the movies is Draco. Which is ironic. It's funny. Because a lot of Draco's personality is similar to Snape's. It's a projection. It's a projection that's forced onto him. So he sacrifices himself in order to honor Narcissa and in order to save a child. It's like, and maybe that's a child that maybe he sees himself in Draco. Just like he sees himself in Harry Potter. Like he sees himself as this young child who just derailed and went the wrong way.
Yeah.
So now he has a chance to give Draco a new shot at life. And then also one thing that was really subtle and really quick, but I like picked up on it because it really like stood out to me, was when McGonagall started just shooting spells at Snape, and then Snape is a master kind of duelist, right? Like in the second movie, I think, or in the third, when they're demonstrating dueling, like Snape is there and he's the one conducting it. And that's when Harry finds out that he could speak to snakes and stuff, because somebody casts a snake and then Harry starts speaking to it. But Snape starts like deflecting. McGonagall does not retaliate, does not hit her back. He just deflects it. But then when he deflects it, he purposely, it seems like he hit the two Death Eaters behind him, which are the brother and the sister.
Wow.
So he knocked them down cold. I don't know if he killed them. I don't know, because maybe McGonagall was hitting him with spells with the intention of killing him. But then McGonagall is also his teacher, right? So that's her student.
Yeah.
And she wants to protect Hogwarts because she wants to protect the ideal, which is upkept, which is of the ideal student.
Yeah.
Of the student of Hogwarts, right? So she's hitting him with these spells, but then he deflects it, immobilizes two of the head people who are responsible for inflicting trauma and inflicting torture onto the children, and then he leaves.
Yeah.
And then McGonagall calls him a coward. It's like that was the last thing that she told him, I think. It's like coward.
Yeah.
You know, but then he sacrifices himself.
And that's her last words. And it's interesting because every professor at Hogwarts, one of their priorities, if not their biggest priority, is to ensure the safety of the students. At least for the professors who aren't corrupted like Umbridge was or whatever. But they all have that in common. It's like they all share that commonality. It's Hagrid, McGonagall, Snape. Like they've demonstrated this time and time again. And so I think that's like something to account for. It's that it didn't make Snape was never so different from them after all. And I think that I really enjoyed that. I really enjoyed learning that, like everything coming full circle and all the confusion and ambiguity of his character kind of dissolving and just getting this clarity, and it being through his tears. Which are what retain, pain and memory and is like the release of it. So he finally can let it go. It's like he's bottled it up all that time. It's like all of the things that he was holding deep down, which was his love, which was his best qualities, all of these things that he had to keep under wraps. And then he could finally release it in his last moments, right before he passes on. And I think that in that case, like it wasn't for nothing at all, and it showed something to Harry too.
Not just something, but it showed him the entirety of the prophecy.
Yeah.
From both aspects of it, right? So it gave him an authority figure, the kind of tool, but at that point, like he didn't really trust Snape. But Dumbledore saying everything that Dumbledore said in the memory confirmed it for Harry and gave him that courage.
Yeah.
That if Dumbledore sacrificed himself, then Harry and Severus Snape sacrificed themselves, then Harry would be the next one to sacrifice. And then that's why his son is called Albus Severus Potter.
Yeah.
It goes Albus, Severus, and then Harry Potter. Albus Dumbledore sacrificed himself, then Severus, and then Harry Potter did.
Yeah. That's crazy.
And just like going off of the whole tear thing, right? In alchemy, there's a whole belief that tears are considered liquid gold, right? Because tears are the outward manifestation of basically whatever barriers and shields that you have within, like that have like built up, like crusty. Like if your heart is kind of stone and kind of just rocky and crusty and it's very hardened, then when you cry, it shows that your heart is melting. So the exterior facade and the protective exoskeleton of your heart is just melting, and then it shows outwardly whenever you cry.
Yeah.
And that's why in Brazil there's a song by Racionais MC, which is Jesus Chorou, and it basically translates to Jesus cried, and the whole song is about how like people say that men shouldn't cry, but just remember that Jesus did.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's so powerful to think about, but it's the tear, it's the crying, and we've never seen Snape cry. So that was the most vulnerable, right? And then Terry Potter, teary-eyed Potter, Harry Potter chose to collect his tears instead of his blood.
Yeah.
And he was gushing with blood. And Harry could have like collected his blood, maybe. It would have had the same effect, or extracted his memory, but he collected the tear, which is brilliant. Like it's so beautiful. It's all.
And then immerses himself in the drop. That little drop holds the entire ocean, of Snape's being, of Snape's love, of Snape's everything. And then he immerses himself in the ocean of Snape's being, kind of.
Which
you know?
the ocean represents the subconscious or the unconscious.
That's, yeah.
And then the tear came directly from the heart, so he immersed himself in his heart.
Yeah.
And his heart contained nothing but Lily Potter.
I wanted to just search something, but you can share still if you want. I just want to see what the 7 Horcruxes were specifically, because
I would like to recap on that.
I have like a theory. Wait, what were the 7 Horcruxes? Okay, so it was. Oh my gosh, it's like not giving me a good list. There were 8 Horcruxes actually. So wait, oh my god, this is gonna blow me away. Wait, so 7 that were intentional, and then the 8th was Harry, which was the unintentional. So look how crazy this is. It's Tom Riddle's diary, the ring, Salazar Slytherin's locket, Helga Hufflepuff's cup, Ravenclaw's crown, the diadem, Nagini, Harry Potter, and then I guess I don't know what the 8th one is. Is the soul in Voldemort, I guess. Anyways, besides the point though, what if there's like a like parallel between the Horcruxes and the 7 chakras?
Yeah, that's what we talked about.
Because think about like the Ravenclaw crown is the crown chakra, right? And then I don't know, like I would have to like figure it out.
Ones. Okay, ready?
But then Nagini, since there's 8, well, I don't know. But
I think it's 7.
Okay,
I think
yeah.
it's 7 Horcruxes.
Okay.
So total, I think it's only 7.
I think it is 8 because he created 7 intentionally, and then Harry is the 8th.
He created 6 intentionally, and then the 7th one that he didn't know about was Harry.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Right, because
yeah, I don't remember.
Destroy all of the Horcruxes.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think it's 7, but then either way, like 7 aligns better with the chakras because it's 7 chakras.
But I'm saying that the 8th is Nagini, and she's the last one to be killed because it's the Kundalini. That's what I'm saying. It's like it's like the 7 are all of the other things, and then the snake is you know what I'm saying?
I think that the snake represents the primal urges. I think it's the lowest chakra.
Yeah.
But it could be the Kundalini because the Kundalini serpent is coiled up at the base of your spine, and then it awakens and it goes up.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think it's called Shatvi, or like that's the name. But yes, all of them are chakras, I feel.
Yeah, I feel like it could align. Like I think it I don't know, but I would have to see it. I just thought of it. But yeah, it is interesting.
Yeah, because Salazar Slytherin's locket represents the heart center, and that's why when they wear it, it's over the heart.
And it's green, right?
And it's green, I think. And then Helga Hufflepuff's cup, I think it's the solar plexus because it represents abundance. It's like filling yourself with the rays of the sun. And then you have the crown, and then you have the snake, which is the primal urges and the primordial aspects of the human being. And then you have Tom Riddle's diary, which I feel like is the throat chakra because it's expressive, like it's the expression of the being, right?
Yeah.
And then the ring, I would assume, I don't know, but it does make sense. Yeah.
I don't know. I would have to like look more into it, but it's just like it was just like a random thought. Anyways, but yeah, keep going. Sorry.
No, don't apologize. Don't do that, because guys, like, you should tell her to stop doing that, because like she has an idea, and just because it's not perfect, and she doesn't execute it perfectly, she like gets so down, and then it just like I do that all the time, so I'm just gonna be depressed the whole time. But okay, so just going through the notes real quick. Underground Railroad, when they find a secret passage into Hogwarts, coupled with the fact that Snape said that if any of the students were caught shielding and protecting and hiding Harry Potter, then they would be
killed.
Equally kind of punished.
Yeah.
And that's the equivalent of like Nazi Germany with Jews and people when they were hiding Jews.
And slavery.
It's
the Underground Railroad and anyone who was helping, assisting in freeing the slaves were
Jews. And
that is crazy.
Yeah, there's a lot of heavy stuff. Lightning has struck. It's so funny because like that's how they announce Harry Potter's return to Hogwarts is lightning has struck, which is code for Harry Potter has arrived.
I didn't know if that was intentional or if he was actually reporting the weather and then it just happened to be a coincidence.
I thought he was communicating. It's like maybe
like code. I don't know. That's weird though. That's so crazy.
And in Hinduism and in Buddhism, lightning is represented by the Vajra.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how you pronounce it. I'm sorry if I'm butchering. I probably am. I think it's Vajra or Vajra. But it's basically depicted as this device where you hold it in the middle and then it's perfectly balanced and symmetrical, where there's like I think they call it like prongs, like closed prongs, and sometimes it's depicted as open prongs and like two open prongs or two closed prongs. It's like claws basically. And it's depicted throughout mythology and throughout history in art, sculptures, where that's essentially like the most powerful weapon is a bolt of lightning.
Yeah.
And it's just funny because he's the guy with the lightning scar. And what lightning does is it represents, in my opinion, a bridge between the like this world and the other world. Because it's a bridge made out of light. And it has the potential to fertilize the soil, to kill you instantaneously, and to also, I don't know, like enlighten you, essentially. Like he's the one who enlightens, right?
And isn't lightning silent?
Lightning, I don't know.
And then
maybe,
thunder is the sound, but lightning is silent. It's like a silent, deadly, but... You know?
Silent but deadly.
It's
a fart.
But it's also like, how do I explain it? It's like you can't. Gosh, I'm sorry. I'm not really good at talking. But go ahead.
You can. Let's take our time.
It's like you can't miss it. You know, because of how bright it is, how like shockingly bright it is.
Yes.
You know, and that's what Harry Potter is. It's like you can't miss it, essentially.
And isn't it funny how usually babies are born, like some babies are born where they see the light first and then they emit a sound versus like crying out of the womb. It's like usually you cry once you see the light.
Mm-hmm. When you
like once you exit the womb is when you begin crying, right? Like I don't know.
Yeah, it is. It is.
That?
I think it is because of the exposure to the light.
Yeah.
But I was gonna make the parallel too of the whole lightning thing and Harry Potter and how you made the connection to the Vajra. You can also connect it to Moses, because when God spoke to Moses, right, with the burning bush, there was lightning, and it was on the mountain. And then the mountain is like covered in smoke, and it was God's way of communicating with Moses through the lightning and through the burning bush. And then the story similarities are so uncanny, because the story of Moses is that he was he was one of the many baby boys whose lives were in danger because the Pharaoh had ordered to kill all of the baby boys, right? And to kill the one that he was searching for, right?
Because he was told by his priest that that a Jewish boy would be born, right, or something.
Yes,
like that?
yes, to be the Messiah or to be the
like a prophet. Or
yes,
something,
exactly. Or not the Messiah, to be a prophet or something like that. But then, anyways.
No. To lead the Jews out of Egypt.
Yeah, so I don't know the details.
There was gonna come a Jewish man who was gonna lead the Jews out of Egypt and to grant them independence.
The Israelites, yeah.
Yeah, and then the Egyptian Pharaoh didn't want that because he was using Jewish labor to build.
Yeah,
stuff,
as
right?
slaves, basically.
Yeah.
But then, what's crazy is that he was saved by being placed in a basket and then being set adrift on a river, right? And that's what happened with Harry. It's like he was saved when Hagrid came flying down and delivered him to his Muggle family, which was the Dursleys. And then it's very similar because of what you said. Moses had to lead the Israelites out of Egypt, and Harry is leading all of the magic people out of this evil and escaping Voldemort's corruption. So Voldemort is just the Pharaoh in this story. And then it's the same thing. It's like them being chased like from birth, essentially, from being babies by this threatening force. And then it's interesting because Moses's staff turns into a snake and Harry has a connection with snakes. And it's like all these little nuances, but I just thought that it was really interesting. I think that J.K. Rowling definitely pulled from multiple different sources of things,
Which is why I think that Harry Potter series, I don't think anything's perfect, but I think that this is really genius work. It's like so many layers, and I can only imagine, and I'm actually itching to read about it now that I've seen the movies. I want to read the books and really find out the little smaller details of symbolism. But you said Moses, right? And I don't know if you know the other part of the story too is that the higher and more perfected Moses became, he when Moses reached his height of spirituality, he saw God in darkness. Because first he saw God in light, right? So God presented himself or itself as lightning and as pure light. And then, but Moses learned through his advancement spiritually that he got to a point where he saw God in complete darkness. And I think that that's what happens when Harry ventures into the Forbidden Forest, is that he has to, basically, you have to see the divinity in everything, right? And the way that I see Harry Potter, the whole thing, the way that I've concluded is that it is an instructional piece of media that can help anyone kind of go through their darkest times.
Yeah.
I feel like that's what Voldemort emphasizes and Voldemort represents. But then in the darkness, you find divinity, and that's why he ventures into the Forbidden Forest, and then he wakes up in the lightest of lightest places. It's it's gleaming white. It's pure white. It's beautiful. It's white. It's pure. It's the purest thing. And then Dumbledore, the white wizard, appears before him. And I have something to say about that too. But I think that you can't have the white purity without the darkest of dark.
Yeah.
And the Forbidden Forest has been kind of foreshadowed, obviously, with the first movie, and it's throughout the whole series. It has to do, it's the place where you look at it and you're kind of scared because you don't know if you're going to find minotaurs, if you're going to find any other creatures in there, giant spiders, anything. Your biggest fears are usually lurking within that space. And that's why for Ron, it's spiders, and then he sees the giant spiders. And then for Hermione, I don't know what Hermione's fear was when she went in there, but maybe it's a giant. Maybe it was Hagrid's brother at first. I don't know. But Harry confronts Voldemort in the darkest of darkest places, and I think it represents him just confronting the darkest aspects of himself. It's like death. It's like Voldemort represents death, and then Dumbledore represents life.
Yeah.
And then it's like you meet one in order to meet the other. So you have to undergo the dark night of the soul. You have to undergo this form of resurrection, of reincarnation, of just dying in order to be born again. Like you have to die in order to be born again.
And then is King's Cross the train station?
Yeah.
So it's a regular train station that they take when they board the...
I think so.
So with that said, like to connect to what you're saying, like for this to be applicable to anybody, it's that when you do face the dark night of the soul, when you do face your darkest points, and the afterwards is when the light follows, right? It's like it's when he is in King's Cross with Dumbledore, and it's pure light, right? But then another layer to add to that is that it's also a reflection of where it all started for him.
Yeah, it's a full circle moment.
But then you can look back on where you started with just pure light. It's like you can look back and just see how far you've come, where you've literally died and resurrected yourself metaphorically, and you can reflect on that from the very starting point of your journey of this transportation. It's like that's what train stations are. It's like it's crazy.
Yeah, from the very start.
Yeah. But
and it's also like a cyclical moment too, is that he was going to Hogwarts at first with the fear of Voldemort. And then at King's Cross he sees Voldemort as this as a small,
defenseless,
insignificant, defenseless, ugly little fetus thing. So the very thing that he spent 7 years of his life, or all of his life, kind of just anticipating that moment when he finally goes through with it and he sacrifices himself, he realizes just how small his fears were. And he's an adult now stepping into the place where he once stepped as a child. And so when you step into a place as a child, everything seems a little bit different. It seems darker, it seems scary, it seems overbearing, overwhelming. And then he shows us that you can break that generational trauma of not having a father, of not having someone to basically guide you through the whole process and kind of help aid you with your anxieties about life and expectations about the future. When he coaches his own son and says, listen, it's like, don't worry, like if you want to get into Gryffindor, it's okay, like you could choose Gryffindor. And then meanwhile Harry had to go through all of it alone, completely alone, with no family, no one, like no kin, no familiar people, through the whole process. But that made him understand everything better than anybody else.
Yeah, and then it became kind of an outer body experience too, because he was able, whoa, there's a little fly. He was able to see Voldemort as like being outside of the actual situation too, and then seeing him for what he is. It's just like this pathetic excuse for a being, kind of,
Yeah.
Which, well, no, I'll get into it later.
Get into it now.
I will get into it later. Go.
So with the notes, that's that's it.
That's it? Oh, but you'll have a lot to say with my notes. Is there anything you have to say without your notes?
Yeah, there's only one thing.
Yes, go.
So I think because of the whole full circle thing, I think that we also can tie in the three brothers tale. I think that there are characters in this film. I don't think necessarily that it has to be one character only, but the main ones that I really caught on to and that really like shined for me was obviously like the one brother, quote unquote, that was lustful for power and that wanted the Elder Wand, is the one that ultimately showed that throughout the series, right? Or throughout the ending of the series, which is Voldemort. Like he's that brother, and he wants to overcome death by overpowering it, essentially. And then you have Snape, who is the second brother, who wants to revive a lost love, and who lives in that perpetual state of longing for something that he can't have.
Yeah.
And I think that he represents the brother who chooses the resurrection stone, and then maybe wants to resurrect Lily Potter in his imagination, in his head. And maybe that's why he even went into potions. Like maybe, perhaps that's why, maybe not. But so Voldemort is the Elder Wand, Snape is the Resurrection Stone, and then Harry is the Cloak of Invisibility. And what really like clicked for me was when Harry dies and he confronts death, he greets death as an old friend. Because he greets Voldemort.
Yeah.
Dumbledore.
Yeah.
Like he meets an old friend who is Dumbledore. When he dies, when he sacrifices himself, the first person he sees is death, and death is presented as Dumbledore. And I think that that's why Harry even asks, like, is all of this real or is it just happening in my head? Which, when we took a bathroom break, I actually went up to the library and I picked out this book because I wanted to just show it of just how interesting. This is a book, it's Hermetic philosophy. It's like a occult philosophy, occult meaning kind of hidden, kind of like nebulous information, not mainstream. But look, it's called the Kybalion, and it's Hermetic philosophy, and the symbol is the symbol of the Philosopher's Stone, which is very similar to the symbol of the Deathly Hallows, and it was written by 3 initiates who are similar to the 3 brothers.
Oh my gosh.
Who are unnamed, by the way. They were just students of Hermes Trismegistus, who throughout history was different characters, like just like Thoth and Hermes and Mercurius and stuff. But that book is crazy because it has a chapter in it that basically says all is mind. The first principle is all is mind, is that the universe is mental. And basically what that means is that there's this belief that we are living in a unified consciousness field that is produced by the one monad, which is the one primordial essence and being that with the Big Bang or whatever you believe in kind of expanded and continues to expand infinitely, which is what the universe does, and is infinite by nature, which is the idea of the multiverse. So it's this, but it has a single origin, and that we all just basically live in this infinite expansion which has no end or beginning, because the only thing that has an end or beginning would be God, but then God doesn't have a beginning or end.
Yeah.
Because God is the beginning or end. So it's like, it's this, I am the Alpha and the Omega, right? It's the beginning and the end. Hopefully that makes sense.
Yes, it does.
But then even that was kind of like thrown in there. It's like, of course it's happening in your head, Harry, but that doesn't mean it's not real, you know? Because everything that we experience is real.
Yeah.
But the idea that we have of what realism or reality is, or what's realistic, is distorted over time.
And then it's also, you can also apply the layer of that everything is happening in your head, but that doesn't mean that it's not real, is that the mind is all, but also that your mind, your reality is a reflection of your mind. And so whatever you convince yourself is real in your mind is real in your reality, because that's what you, like, you get what I'm trying to say? It's like that's what you are projecting to be your reality, is whatever you decide is real in your mind.
And you can't always control what your reality is, but you can control how you react to it.
Yeah.
So Harry knew that the only way to save the world is to sacrifice himself. He could have just fled. He could have just completely just fled somewhere and just hid out, just like Dumbledore's brother said. It's like, it's better if you just grow old and just like spare your life and just save yourself. And he could have done that. And that's what Dumbledore didn't do. Yeah. And so through Harry, he reignited the passion and the flame and the spirit of Dumbledore's brother, right? Because like which is another crazy thing real quick. It's like when you're biased towards someone, especially if it's like a family member, and you have like a certain sentiment towards them and you kind of hate them because of whatever petty reasons over time, and that hate turns into resentment and turns into like a deep-seated passion of just pure hatred. It doesn't matter if that person becomes the next Messiah or becomes God incarnate or just starts walking on water or just whatever, becomes the greatest human being alive. It doesn't matter, because you'll always view them as whatever representation and version that you ingrained in your brain, and that imprinted on you in a negative way.
Yeah.
So that's what happened with Dumbledore. Dumbledore was a great man, was a great wizard, but then with his death, right, like people had ambiguous feelings about him, including his brother. And then Harry, the child, the youth, is what it took for his own brother, for the brother of Dumbledore to get inspired.
Mhm.
So the brother of Dumbledore was uninspired.
Yeah.
So if the brother of Dumbledore can be uninspired, think about like people who don't have any brothers or who don't have any role models or who don't have anybody who aspires towards a greater good, a higher good maybe, you know?
Yeah, that is crazy.
But yeah, so it took Harry to be like, no, like I want to go back into Hogwarts.
And I trust the man that I knew. It's like I don't care what he might have been to you, but how I knew him is what matters to me, you know? And
which expands his perception of his brother, because he was fixated on his brother sacrificing their sister, right? And then he was blaming his brother for forever. And I think that's,
Yeah, and then it's like it gives you a different perspective, because let's say you really hate someone, but then 3 other people love that person, then you have to kind of question what it is that you're projecting onto that person that you hate, for example, you know?
Yes.
Because it's telling, everything is telling on whether you love or hate someone, which is just whatever you're experiencing within, you know?
Yeah. And then I just have one last thing, and then like that's the end of my like non-notes. Just one thing that I want to finalize with all this, that I hope it doesn't devalidate everything that we've experienced, and that's not my intention to be like, oh, like this was all just a figment of his imagination. But if Harry, like imagine Harry Potter was just like a normal dude, right? A normal baby whose parents actually did die in a car crash. And he was forced to live with his Aunt Petunia, who resented him because now she's forced to raise another child. And maybe her sister Lily was favored by the mom. And there's this deep-seated resentment that we're talking about, that siblings usually grow towards each other if they're not founded on love and they don't grow up in a good household, and parents that reinforce that like bond between them. So what if Harry Potter was just a normal kid, but he was mistreated the way that we saw him being mistreated in the Dudleys, in the Dursleys. And then he was abused and neglected and just psychologically tormented to the point where he began dissociating as like no other choice, as like a survival mechanism, really. Like he had to dissociate. And the only reason I'm thinking about that is because in the last movie, in part 1, it shows Harry like opening up his cupboard, and he, like, the camera focuses on the little army men that he had, and that showed like the opening scene is him playing with it underneath the stairs, and then Dudley is like, come on cousin, like we're going to the zoo. So I think that he was like imagining, and he was just imagining a world where he might be the hero, and he might have friends, and he might have like a castle, magic. So I don't discard that perspective. And I think that you can have multiple layered facet kind of analysis.
There are interpretations, yeah.
Yeah, it just enriches everything, because then you're like, oh shit. So if anybody ever says to you like, oh, like you like Harry Potter, like it's all about magic, like grow up. And then you're like, well, actually, like, did you know that kids, especially like people in general, but kids could dissociate and could internalize all that trauma to the point where they start creating fantasy worlds where they live in it. It's like, especially when their parents die, especially when they're abused and they're neglected any form of love and touch and affection, like they resort to action figures to create their world. And then in that sense, like part 1 for me was the Dursleys basically moving on. It's like moving out, and maybe they got like a better job somewhere, or Vernon got a raise, and then they own that house. And then basically Harry was like, I don't want to go with you guys, I'm older now. But then Vernon, out of whatever kindness in his heart, said, all right, like you can stay in this house. You know, like we won't rent it, but you can stay in it. But then because they're evil and they're just bad, resentful people, like they left him with no furniture, with nothing, and basically said, all right, so if you want to live here, like you gotta like furnish it yourself, and you gotta just get a job and stuff. So maybe that's that's a possible conclusion, you know, because what drew me to that is the chess pieces, and on top of the chess pieces, it's the rock soldiers that were protecting Hogwarts, right? So it reminded me of a kid piling up his like action figures in order to defend his like castle. It's like, all right, and then these are gonna defend against the giants and the whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe that's what it's all about.
Yeah. If you really think about it, like everything does coincide. It's like these different creatures and characters. It does feel like it could be something out of the figment of the imagination of a child.
Who has unmet needs.
Yeah.
You know, and who falls falls in love with a girl who is very similar to his mother.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like very similar in like looks, appearance, and ways of loving and ways of showing affection. And has his own group of friends, creates a villain that's very similar, parallels with the Vernon and the Petunia and the Dudley, which is Malfoy. Creates his own adversity.
Yeah.
Creates a loving giant, you know, who has a huge heart.
Yeah, that is a crazy theory though. That's like that could very easily be the case.
That would be a trip. But I do prefer to believe, like, to immerse myself in the story. Like, I'm not gonna be the party pooper who's like, technically the magic isn't real.
It could be, it could be false. It could be all fake.
But yeah.
That would be really crazy to think about, though. I have like a lot of stuff, so bear with me here, okay?
No, I will not bear.
Let's see. So I thought that this was interesting. This is like just a random thought. I'm not really going in order here. But Harry Potter opens the snitch at the close, right? Which is what it said. And I keep saying that everything's full circle, but it obviously is. Like, I'm pointing out the obvious. Like, it has to be a full circle because it's the start and the end of a franchise of movies. But when we meet Harry, right? Because inside of the Golden Snitch, he finds the Resurrection Stone, right? The Philosopher's Stone. When we meet Harry in the first movie and he meets Voldemort for the first time, Voldemort. You said that Voldemort.
But Professor, you said that Voldemort.
Voldemort.
I don't think the Philosopher's Stone is the same as the Resurrection.
Oh, it's not the same?
Mm-mm.
That isn't the stone that Voldemort was after in the first one?
I don't know. I think that the Resurrection, because the Philosopher's Stone grants them immortality, and then in one of the movies, Nicholas Flamel destroyed it, and then Dumbledore said that he died at like 600 and something years old.
I see. Okay, so it's not the same, but this could still be interesting.
Similar.
Yeah. When he first meets Voldemort, he's hiding the Philosopher's Stone inside of his pocket, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's hidden within his grasp, and Voldemort is trying to like seek it out on the back of Quirrell's head, and then at the end, Harry has the Resurrection Stone, which opens at the close of his Golden Snitch. And the parallel that I wanted to connect here was that the Philosopher's Stone he had hidden in his pocket, right? Which, if you think about it, it's like it's just there in his pocket, like in a very like non-conspicuous place, but also shows the kind of like the impoverished soul still. Like he was still impoverished. Like it's just in the pocket of his jeans, for example, right? And then the Resurrection Stone, which is the thing that's going to like bring him back after he dies, right? After he sacrifices himself, is inside of the first achievement, like his like a pivotal point in his journey where he achieved something, which is when he caught the snitch during his Quidditch match. And then it's like this whole kind of like thing of him going from like this young naive boy who's just hiding a stone in his pocket to this boy who the pinnacle of one of his successes holds within like one of the most powerful stones, which is the Resurrection Stone within it. Anyways, I just wanted to say that.
Because resurrection is earned.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and then it's kind of, it's the journey of enlightenment. So the Philosopher's Stone, you said, represents the stone for immortality, right? But you can't have immortality, period. Like, no one can really be immortal, right? And it only really presents itself, just like the resurrection stone, to someone who's willing to sacrifice themselves, right? So Voldemort can't have the resurrection stone because he's not someone who would give his life away
Selflessly.
right?
Yeah.
And then the ending, which is it opens at the close, which is that it opens at the close of your enlightenment journey, right? Is the resurrection stone, which is what happens. It's that you face the dark night of your soul, and then you're metaphorically resurrected and reborn, and then that's what happens essentially. But I just wanted to make the connection that it's like how we first meet him versus after the fact.
That's a great connection, yeah.
But yeah.
I just wanted to say also just real quick that it opens and it presents its powers once he makes the statement that he is ready to die.
Yeah.
So a sacrifice has to be a willing sacrifice. And then one thing that ties into that is that, like, when Voldemort was resurrected, he got the unwilling blood of his enemy and the willing hand of his servant or something like that, which was Peter Pettigrew, right? But my point is that he's animated by the blood of Harry Potter. So that's why both of them are the same thing. It's like we've already talked about this in past reactions. But then one thing that really blew my mind is that that's the reason why Voldemort can't ever seem to really hurt and like really get Harry Potter with his spells.
Yeah.
Because even after Harry Potter jumps out of Hagrid's hands and starts running away, and then Voldemort is furious and he's like trying to hit him, he never gets him. Like, he never gets the target.
Yeah.
Because he can't. Basically, the part of the whole can't destroy the whole.
Yeah.
Only the whole can destroy the part.
Yeah.
And so Voldemort is just a part of Harry.
Mm-hmm.
And so Voldemort will never be able to destroy Harry or to even kill him.
Yeah.
And that's the big irony, is that Voldemort ends up killing himself.
Yeah, he can't do it without killing himself too. Like on top,
part of his soul. It's like that's what he got the Avada Kedavra with.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And then when he tries to actually destroy Harry Potter the person, he can't, because that is the source of his vitality.
Yeah.
But then once he starts trying to murder Harry Potter, he starts crumbling, and then he destroys himself.
Yes, that's so crazy. And he didn't have knowledge of it, which adds to it too.
It's the unknowing sacrifice and the unwilling. Because also with the dawn, right? Like, that's what it showed. It showed the sun. It was a beautiful shot. Dawn ushers in life.
Because if he had
darkness.
If he had known that he created a Horcrux through Harry Potter, then he would have spared him. But then that's part of the whole storyline. It's that
he can't spare Harry Potter.
Yeah.
Because it shows that he's weaker.
Mm-hmm.
It's like Harry Potter killed him.
Yeah.
So in order for him to prove his strength to his followers, he has to now overcome Harry Potter.
Yeah.
It's like tit for tat.
Oh, that is pretty crazy. Let's see. Hold on, I'm just gonna read really quick and see what I'm gonna bring up that we didn't already touch on. One thing that's interesting is that somebody left a comment about this, and I just wanted to point it out. I don't remember who it was, and I'll bring it up on the next time we talk about Harry Potter in our next video, with the Pottermore or whatever it ends up being. But somebody mentioned that the students in the Gryffindor house, even though they all seem very different, you would think that Hermione, who's known for her intellect, would be in Ravenclaw because they're the intellectual students. they value knowledge, right?
But she has courage.
Yeah, but then what I was going to say is that what makes them all the same, Neville and Hermione and Ron and Harry and the alumni even who were in Gryffindor, which is Dumbledore and Lupin and Sirius Black, etc. What they all have in common is that they value bravery more than anything else. And I thought that was such an interesting point. So, like, one thing that stood out to me is that they also all have to be willing to sacrifice themselves. Like, that's part of bravery. So bravery is that you're not fearful, but that you are fearful, and in spite of your fear, you still take action. It's like you face you face your fear, essentially.
And you give the fullness of yourself, which is the representation of life.
Yes.
Which is the most sacred thing. And that's what all of these redeemers basically do. Like Christ, the Redeemer, redeemed the world because he gave himself fully, selflessly. And then Odin, the same thing. It's like he became part of Yggdrasil, right? Like he planted himself in the inside of the tree.
And then that's what we see with all of the figures who were prominent in Harry's life. It's like Lupin and his father and Sirius Black and even I don't know which twin died. Was it Fred or George?
That's a good question.
I don't think they explicitly said which, but besides the point, but all of them sacrifice themselves because it's part of being in that house. It's that you don't have the absence of fear, but you do have fear, and that you face it, and that you're also willing to benevolently give up your life for the greater good. I think that's like very much like a prerequisite in the Gryffindor house, at least for the worthy Gryffindors. It's, it's Neville stepping up to Voldemort and vocalizing and then killing the snake. It's like all of these things that we wouldn't have suspected in the first films, but is what kind of connects them all together, like what makes them all so similar to each other.
And it's because bravery also implies, like, bravery equates to versatility too. It's like you're more versatile and more well-rounded and multifaceted is what I'm trying to say if you have the quality of bravery.
Yeah.
But then the other houses, not to diminish their quality, but it's like you basically know what to expect from the people who are housed under certain houses. Like Slytherin, usually it's not that they're evil, but they have like a more kind of like a moodier, dark academia kind of vibe, It's kind of like I'm a Scorpio, right? For example, I'm a Scorpio sun and moon, right? Or something like that. So people usually hear that and then they're like, oh, like you're more like a dark person. You might be even evil and manipulative and all that stuff. So there's like a certain connotation that comes with the essence of people. But then if you have bravery, then bravery is kind of like, it's unexpected. It's like Neville is the one who kills Nagini. It's like nobody expected that.
Yeah.
And it came from Gryffindor because Gryffindor is basically the house where you fill up a bucket of popcorn and you sit down and you're like, what's going to happen next on this new season of Gryffindor? It's like, ooh, like I wonder, it could be anyone. It could be him, it could be him, it could be her.
Yeah.
And then Slytherin, it's usually like, that's why McGonagall put Slytherin in the dungeon. It's like, because she doesn't trust Slytherin.
And she's the head of Gryffindor.
She's the head of Gryffindor.
Yeah,
Yeah.
McGonagall, and she stands up to Snape, and she steps in for Harry, and
bravery.
like, and it's and it all like resembles each other. It's like the children, Dumbledore's army, they're all just a reflection of their superiors, which is Lupin, which is Sirius Black, and McGonagall. It's like this stepping forward and taking action, kind of, it's like they're just a reflection of what of their
house.
Yeah.
What's the name of that professor? Slughorn?
I don't know.
The one who collects students. But anyways, it's the one who taught Voldemort about the Horcruxes, right? Like, I was paying attention when Voldemort was inside of Hogwarts. There was a shot where it showed that professor kind of like looking from the sidelines, like in the audience, and just seeing the product of his misguided teachings. It's like that shows also the consequences of a good, decent teacher who doesn't have a good, decent moral compass in terms of being able to tame his own kind of personal ego and his wants and needs and his, you know what I'm saying? Like, he created the monster that was in the courtyard of the
Yes.
school and who was about to destroy the world and who killed the star pupil of the whole school.
Yeah.
And it's just, it could only be crazy, like, to envision yourself in his shoes, watching and witnessing this snake-like form that was once Tom Riddle, once this student with so much promise and so much potential.
Yeah.
You know?
Potential for good if it was channeled in that way. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that is interesting. It's that the professors have a great hand to play in the students' lives, and we see that. But yeah, and then, I thought that. Let's see. Something that's interesting is that Harry Potter's Patronus is a stag, right? Which is the animagus of his dad, because he's part of the Marauders, right? And his name is Prongs, because of the prongs of the stag. And something that I also had like commented with someone on our last video was that when Harry steps forward to save himself in the Prisoner of Azkaban, he casts a Patronus, but he was waiting for his father to show up. And then Hermione tells him, like, I don't think anyone's coming. And you're dying, Harry. It's like you need to save yourself, essentially. But then what's interesting is that he channels his father through his Patronus, which is why we see a stag. It's like his is a stag because his father was a stag. His father was literally, his animagus was a stag. He would transform into a stag. And then what was I going to say? Voldemort, on the other hand, since you were talking about it, because then I thought about it just now, he went in the Goblet of Fire, the grave that they're at is his father's. He killed his father to create a Horcrux. And it just sort of shows the complete contrast between the two. It's that Harry continues, without even knowing who his father was, to keep his name alive and to keep his father alive through him, right? And then Voldemort kills his own father. Changes his name, but kills his own father in order to grant himself immortality. It's like he's willing to just completely throw away love and parental figures, which is what Harry longs for, without even knowing who his dad was. He never got to meet his dad, but he loves his dad unconditionally. He stands up for his dad. And then Voldemort, who probably got to know his dad, grew up with his dad, kills him.
That's actually wild.
To ensure himself. Yeah, like just to ensure himself.
Do you think that that's a form of perverted way to grant yourself immortality, where, like, if you look at this Elder Wand, which I was analyzing, it has 7 stubs, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it might represent the 7 Horcruxes and the chakras too, like if you look at it like this.
Yeah.
But also lineage, right? Like, this one comes from this one, and then this one produces this one, and then each one kind of produces each other. So Voldemort, when he killed his dad, he eliminated any past, any like history to his existence. Like, he became like a being that just basically came from nothing, right? It's the Immaculate Conception, essentially.
Yeah.
Like there's no copulating, like there's no intercourse. Like he was made immaculately, right? But not immaculately, because he was very impure, like the way that they were made. So it's the opposite of whatever immaculate is. And then he eliminates the potential for any future because he's not someone who's prone to love, right? But then he grants himself immortality because even with his death, he's always going to be known as Voldemort.
Yeah.
So he achieves immortality. He overcomes death, but he does it in the way that he just didn't really account for. Basically, it's the only way that someone like him could achieve immortality, is my point, is through the way that he achieves it. But either way, he gets what he wanted.
Yeah, he does.
even if everybody else does it. Like, you can't force everybody to just pretend that Voldemort never existed. It's
Yeah.
like now it's part of history.
Yeah, and he does, and that's what happens is that you do become eternal in some capacity, even after
Immortalized.
you pass on, if your memory is retained. And in Harry's case, he will be immortalized through his heroism, and that'll happen for everybody else, which we've seen has happened for people in Harry's life, which is all of the people who have sacrificed themselves. It's like they are immortal, and that's why he's able to communicate with them still, and they're very present with him and whatnot. And then for Voldemort, it just so happens to be like an infamous way, but he is immortalized in the metaphorical sense because no one will ever forget the story of Voldemort.
Mm-hmm.
So he does reach it, but just not in the way that he thought, just like you said, which is crazy.
And then Harry reaches it by, like, through his children.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll do this quick.
And just to let you guys know too, we obviously can't like cover everything in these reaction videos.
Yeah.
So with the finalizing of this last movie, we do have plans on further like diving deeper into Harry Potter lore and just really deepening our understanding and our interpretation, going through notes and revisiting films. And just connecting dots that maybe we forgot about or we left unconnected. And then when we do that, we'll obviously announce it on the channel community tab. Usually, like, we'll let you guys know when we create a podcast or we like start a book club and things like that. But you guys can also stay up to date with everything Mentally Gone by checking out our Instagram, which will post like stories on there and stuff.
Yeah. I can't wait to do the book club because then I have so much stuff. Like, I know I'm not going to get through all of this today, but I'll try to get through like some of it. I really like the idea that we meet Harry as the boy in the cupboard, and then at the end when Voldemort says like the boy who lived come to die, right? I think that it's kind of contradicting, but also paradoxical, because I think that he lived so much more in his approach to death than he did before he even found out he was a wizard. Does that make sense? It's like in his death, he had more life than he ever did before that moment.
Before he was awakened consciously to the fact that his mortality is finite.
Because it's like when he didn't know that he was a wizard or he hadn't been introduced to Hogwarts yet, he had nothing to lose and everything to gain. So it was like this like infinite possibilities, but it was crippled by the imprisonment of the Dursley home. And then now at the end, it's like he had almost everything to lose. He had everything to lose. He had his life to lose, but also everything to gain because of this like transformation, which is just crazy. It's like I just can't even wrap my head around the idea that we started in a cupboard and then ended up here. It's like,
oh, it's a long journey, man. It's too much to like dissect.
And like so much that has happened since then. It's like he didn't have anything to lose in the Dursley home, and he lost so much on this journey. It's like he lost so many loved ones. He lost his innocence. He lost a lot, but he gained so much more too.
He gained a future.
So much more than he would have ever gained, like being in that home 100%, even though it's safe and confined into safety.
And that's why the call to adventure, which is what Joseph Campbell talks about in A Hero with 1,000 Faces, it's the call to adventure, and then the hero can either reject the call or they can follow the call.
Yeah.
And then usually it's the case where the initial thing is that the call pulls you away from your comfort zone.
Yeah.
And I think that the snake at the zoo was the first thing that pulled him away from his comfort zone, because he was put in this uncomfortable predicament where he used magic for the first time.
Yeah.
And then he could either pursue that interest in that little spark of curiosity and intrigue, or he could suppress it altogether. which is what Aunt Petunia probably did, you know, like she suppressed it and viewed it as like a freak. It's freakish. And children only repeat what they see adults saying. So that's why I'm saying that Petunia turned into her mother and Lily was the outcast. Lily was the black sheep of the family.
Yeah. That's actually very true. You could also argue that Petunia was the black sheep in the sense of like rejection too. Because if the mom supported Lily and was, you know, more fond of her, then Petunia ends up growing into a bitter black sheep though.
Here's the thing though, I don't know if the mom favored Lily or if the mom equally viewed Lily as a freak and then ostracized Lily, and then she fell into the arms of another freak, which is James Potter. And then that's why Petunia also views James Potter as a freak.
Yeah.
And that's why they like curse him out and stuff. I think that Harry Potter's mom was equally as like a introvert, kind of like a weirdo as Harry Potter is.
Yeah, as Snape was as
Snape.
a kid. Yeah, all of them, yeah.
Because you're usually attracted to what you are, essentially. You know, like we're all attracted to ourselves.
That's actually, yeah.
And by ourselves, like we are literally just a combination of mommy and daddy. It's like that's what I am right now. Like I am, which is the trippiest thing. Like
oh my gosh.
On a spiritual journey, it's like I'm talking to your dad and to your mom right now, and you're talking to my dad and to my mom.
No
but then we have this illusion of like individuality, which comes from impressions, external impressions over time by externalities, and until we realize that there's like a flaming bush inside of us, like there's a flaming source, the eternal flame. And then that's the spark of nuance, you know?
Yeah,
like that's what makes you different.
That's what you gravitate towards in people, yeah.
And that life is all a journey of trying to overcome the self, because the self itself is just a permutation of like over time. It's just a replication. It's a combining of 2 equals 1. Combining of 2 equals 1. But then the spark is what God gives us.
Yeah.
And that's why the child has to overcome the parent. And then you have Freud, like Freudian psychology is all about overcoming the parent in different ways, like physically overcoming the parent, like the boy child, the male child usually views the dad as the first enemy, you know, in the crib, because the dad is bidding for the love of the mom, because the dad is bidding for the love of the mom and the attention. And so the child has to defend his first love, which is his mother, and then the same for the daughter, and it's all that stuff.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And then that's why we see like the parallels of like the partners that the characters in this franchise choose. It's just like with Harry and Ginny.
And then Hermione is very similar to Molly.
Yeah, she is.
Hermione is the one who, when she needs to wear the pants, she wears the pants. And then Arthur is more of like a passive dad, a passive husband, who at times is kind of like, huh?
Yeah,
kind of like just like Ron.
Yeah.
And then Malfoy overcomes his father because he becomes what seems like a loving parent. Like he's included with everyone. He's shown just normal looking guy with like a little goatee.
I keep brushing over that. He did have a redemption for that. It's like he did. He came and he becomes like a parent figure that his father probably never was.
Yes.
You know?
Caring, unconditional love. And the way that he created that was by being able to love, which is what he seems to be happily in love.
Yeah, that actually is true.
But then when you see his mom and his dad, both are miserable.
Yeah, they are.
Depressed, miserable, you know, scared, frightened, fearful.
I don't blame them. And I only say that because everybody has like a story. So even the Dursleys, it's like whatever it is that each person feels, they've just confined themselves to the prison of their minds.
Yes.
And so for Lucius and for Narcissa and Petunia and Vernon, it's like they've just decided on fear being their ruling kind of, you know, component of their lives, and then living by that kind of, because Vernon and Petunia, they're afraid of magic. It's like she saw her sister lose her life being involved in this magic world. So it's not even a disdain or like resentment. It's also this like, it's also like You know how when people talk about like witchcraft and stuff, it's kind of like, oh, like there's that connotation of, oh, that's like dangerous stuff like that. Like, yeah, I don't want to get involved in that. I think that's what a lot of it was too. It's like, oh no, like keep that far away from me. Like I rebuke it kind of thing, because I've seen its darkness and what it does, and I don't want any part of it. Like I'm afraid of it, so keep it far away. And then that's what we see when they end up giving Harry Potter a bigger room. It's because they start becoming more fearful of him. And they're like, okay, now we kind of have to start like treating him a little bit better, or else he's gonna hurt us, or like he's gonna do something with his magic, and we're kind of defenseless in that way. And then that's all that contributes. Like any kind of fear that you're living out of in your head is going to make you just like a very unapproachable person. You know, it's going to make you like very, very bitter and very miserable.
Yeah, we always tend to gravitate towards the vibes that we resonate with the most, right? So it's like, it's all about the vibration of people, like not to get all hippie and whatever.
Yeah, but it's true.
But that's what magic is. And then Dumbledore proves your point by saying that the most potent form of magic he finds are words.
Yes.
So like that's why in the Dursleys' home, Harry like threatens them with a wand.
Yeah.
And then wands, we saw that like wands are just extensions, like they're conduits for divine energies. So it's manifestation. It's like, I'll make your sister blow up into a balloon. It's like, and I'll make you blow up into a balloon too. And so Harry has done so many things time and time again where these supernatural occurrences around them have happened that made them believe that Harry Potter has real power that they can't comprehend. But they don't comprehend it not out of being excluded from comprehending it, because they could have been a loving family, nurturing family for Harry Potter, and then inquired about it. It's like, say, sonny boy, like, you want to sit here with us and just explain this whole magic thing so we can understand it better? Where do you go to school? Oh, that's pretty cool. Try to bond and get to know this side of Harry Potter, but they fear because they don't understand.
Yeah, and it's ignorance, and I think that's it's just like a normal part of like different levels of consciousness too. I think that they're like it's just the way the universe is. It's like some people are meant to just be kind of
trapped in their own ignorance,
trapped in their conscious, like in their like lower level of awareness of things until they're not. It's like that's the whole point of everything. It's like that's the whole point of like things like this. It's to unlock streams of consciousness and awareness. It's like, hey, this isn't just a movie, and we're not just living on this planet. It's like it's so much bigger and more profound than anything. It's like it's not like, I don't know, like it's why we spend so much time away from doing these videos. It's because we're
living life.
We're like discovering all of these things. It's like we're like not even living life in the conventional way though. It's like we're living it in a way where it's like
we're confronting all of the unknowns.
Yeah, like it's not even of this material world. You know what I mean? And that's like the biggest, like,
it's like seeking within. It's inner work, right? So like what we've been going through is an alchemical process of healing, of just coming together, of like producing gold essentially, which is what I believe we have been able to do with the reaction channel, and it's what I want to continue doing. Is that everything that you guys hear is just a product of like nights of crying, of just wanting to end my life, and you've had moments where you've wanted to end yours, and it's like it's these forbidden forest moments where we venture in and we meet the devil and we shake hands with the devil and we walk past them. It's like then we find the alchemical gold, and then we internalize it and we try to enforce it in our day-to-day life, and then we come back on the channel as transformed people, and then that's why we're able to see the world in layers that the common Joe just kind of overlooks.
Or just,
or just ignores. Because I think that for you to achieve a level of like understanding of like life or of self, because first it's of self, you have to make the decision to become a seeker.
And face ironically, the Voldemort that's within you.
Yeah, because
It's
everybody
like
has a Voldemort within you.
The only Voldemort that does exist is within you.
The only
Like,
one.
even if you feel like your circumstances or certain people in your life or whoever it is like inflicting the pain upon you, the pain is only within you. It's like
And that's why they say that like the temple of God is within man.
Yeah, is that the kingdom of heaven resides within every man.
Because there's no absolute good externally and there's no absolute evil on the outside world. Because even the worst of evils eventually dies.
Yeah.
Eventually, like there's cycles. So the world is cyclical. Like you have your Hitlers and then you don't have them. And then you have your Gandhis and then you don't have them. And then you have your Jesus and you have your whatever and you have your Genghis Khan. And so it goes in cycles, but it's never absolute. It's never everlasting, omnipresent. The only one that's omnipresent is within.
Yeah.
And that's where you source the ability to be good all the time and to become God in your essence, and not become God in the sense of being able to create the world, to create life and to heal ears and to create, like, do actual magic, but be God in your essence, in your way. Do what whoever you believe in, the absolute good, do what they do. Do what Harry Potter would do what Jesus would do what Gandhi, Buddha, whatever. Or you can choose to do what Voldemort would do and what Satan would do and what, you know.
Yeah, it is. And that's what Sirius Black says. It's that people are not judged by their, forget what he says, but that they're judged by their choices, essentially. And like that's what we see with Voldemort. It's like you can judge him right away off of his choices.
And that love is always in the heart.
Yeah. And even that, like, the hatred is just it's just the same spectrum of love, but just completely misdirectional, you know?
It's polar opposites of the spectrum.
So I don't think that even Voldemort doesn't have love. I think that it's just been very much like tainted and very much just destroyed. You know?
Can't have hatred without love, and you can't have love without hatred, just like you can't have cold without hot, and you can't have hot without cold.
Yeah.
So Voldemort once loved,
Yeah.
and now he doesn't love anymore. But he once did. So the potential is there because it has been achieved once. And if you achieve something once, then you prove it to be possible.
Yeah.
And that's all it takes.
He obviously has love because he loves himself enough that he wants to live with himself forever, which is saying a lot because, like, a lot.
You know what, though?
More people, like, yeah, go.
Oh,
No, go.
No, I don't even think Voldemort loves himself. I think he just loves power.
Yeah.
Or the addicting feeling of power or overpowering others. Because if he loved himself, he would have taken more care of himself.
Yeah.
And the way he presents himself is as like lowly, monstrous being. So if he loved himself, but I think that he loves to instill fear and to have control over people.
That makes sense. That actually makes more sense. I guess I was just thinking of it in the way, like, he's so, like, ego inflated, kind of, you know, that he would want to live with himself forever, which is, like, that's a pretty... I don't know that I would want to live with myself forever, but, you know, it's like...
Yeah.
And I don't think I'm nearly as bad as Voldemort, but it's just funny. Let's see. All right, just to wrap it up here, cause I already like talked about a lot of stuff. Draco's wand wasn't loyal to him anymore, which I thought was interesting, because the wand chooses the wizard, which is what Ollivander said, and I think that's I don't know what I have to say about that quite yet. I guess we'll see like next time we talk about Harry Potter, but I do think that it's interesting that his was a unicorn core. And that his ends up kind of liberating itself from his darkness. The darkness that he got sucked into when it becomes loyal to Harry, you know? Which also doesn't make sense because he disarms Draco from his wand, but then his wand and the Elder Wand are loyal to him from Draco, like through Draco. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that basically Draco owned 2 wands.
Yeah, like he ends up having 2 wands loyal to him simultaneously, and then Harry ends up having the same thing too.
Yeah, and I was under the impression that to gain the Elder Wand, you would have to kill the owner of it.
Yeah, I thought.
And not just disarm it.
Yeah, I think that is strange. Like the disarming thing, it's tricky because can't anyone really disarm anyone, like Expelliarmus and disarm them? So then it doesn't really, like there really is no threshold for how great you have to be to disarm the Elder Wand.
Yeah. Well, it does because I think Dumbledore allowed himself to get disarmed. Oh,
he allowed it. Okay, so yeah.
Like I think that Dumbledore especially, like he wouldn't allow himself to even go to prison when Umbridge was about to take him to Azkaban.
He said...
He just, teleported.
And speaking of, he turns into the Phoenix, right? And Voldemort was born from a fire, right? Like that in the Goblet of Fire, but he was born in like a cauldron of fire and then dies into ash, like basically into ashes. It's like he returns into dust, but he doesn't get to rebirth himself. He's not the Phoenix, and that's the difference with Dumbledore. It's that he does, I don't know, I guess it makes sense in some way with the fox phoenix and stuff.
It does.
Okay, let's see. In the Gringotts, when we see all of the goblins working, and then Harry, Ron, and Hermione are on the dragon's back, the goblins are in like this perfect kind of complete orderly place. Like there's a huge chandelier, like everything is beautiful, like
pristine.
Yeah, and rich too. It's like the chandelier's made out of crystals, and then the dragon just comes and destroys it all, like into rubble.
You know what? That's cool too. What that visually represents too is that when you have it doesn't matter how rich of a facade you construct.
Yeah.
If you keep the neglected, abused dragon in the depths of your soul, eventually it's going to climb up and it's going to destroy the facade.
Bubble up to the surface.
Which is what happens when we see celebrities, right? They usually start off squeaky clean, perfect representations of a human being, media trained, and then something happens where they slip up and then that dragon resurfaces because they go their whole lives being told how to be, how to act, how to talk. And then the whole point of life is to figure out who you truly are.
Yeah, and riches can't hide.
No.
They
only enhance chaos when chaos comes to beckon.
Yeah.
Because the more pristine something is, when it breaks and when it gets dirty, you notice it more.
And also the more susceptible it is to being broken. They always say don't throw stones if you live in a glass house, for example, right? It's I think that in that case, Gringotts, it was very susceptible to being destroyed, essentially, because of the corruption that was happening within it. So then it's kind of like one of those things where it's you can't really, I don't know, you can't really expect to...
Just going off of what you're saying, is that basically they were all focused still on money when the world was crumbling around them. And so, that's not right.
Yeah.
It's you can't just keep your head down. Because even as Bellatrix Lestrange was walking in, all of them were kind of barely looking at her, kind of just side-eyeing or not even looking.
And that's what ends up being the demise of the grip hook guy. It's that's what happens with greed. I think that they're meant to resemble greed, It's
And then Bellatrix resembles the Harbinger of Darkness. And then when you avoid the Harbinger of Darkness, which comes as a woman of the night, right? A demon woman, she comes and she announces the coming of Satan. But most people ignore it and they focus on money. And then when Satan appears, everybody dies.
Yeah.
Which is essentially what happens. It's she's announcing death. Hey, I'm a Death Eater. I'm here.
And
Voldemort might come. And then everybody's
they just turn a side eye.
2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah.
That's crazy. They were operating on... on like a very fixated kind of limited mindset, you know, and that's why they didn't really involve themselves with wizards and stuff. It's like they kind of were very resentful and very like they detested wizards. You know what I'm saying?
I think that it's because wizards marginalized them.
Yeah.
You know, I think it's that they got bullied into being who they were.
Yeah, and I think it's also the separation from like the magic perspective, you know, the wizards having control and power in that sense. 'Cause goblins don't, do they? They don't have magic.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think that's why they're given dominion over materialistic wealth, because they can't tap into spiritual wealth, maybe.
Yeah.
And then wizards and witches can tap in and manipulate spiritual energy.
Yeah, that's actually a great point. That makes a lot of sense. Voldemort like speaking to everybody, I saw it as like the voice of the devil when he's saying like get him, like get Harry Potter and like
save yourself.
Yeah, and it's like the temptation, you know, he's like, and I'll give you rewards, and it's like, you know, and then the people who are falling for it are the Slytherin house because they are just all for themselves. Like that, I think that is like a little bit of a prerequisite, is that they are a little bit selfish. It's that they are like self-serving, and so that's why that girl is like what are you waiting for? Like, let's get him or whatever. Like let's get
super
him.
obvious.
Yeah, and then but I saw that as like he's the literal voice of the devil. It's like if you had a devil and an angel on your shoulder, and Voldemort's right there. And then that's why like some of the girls start screaming and they're like, you know, like it's just tormenting.
Yeah.
Luna was like the only colorful one in the sea of black robes. Like as the students are going down the stairs, Luna and Harry are going up, but she's just so like bright and kind of vibrant. And I think that it's very fitting because that's what she's been. She's just been this like vibrant force, and also like not outwardly too much. Do you know what I'm saying? Like
not forcing it.
Yeah.
Virtue signaling or anything.
Like it's just like in a very subtle, like when she does present herself, it's always like this vibrancy in a way where she's of assistance and she's, you know, very
she's always sober.
Yeah.
But her being sober in moments where everybody's panicking makes her weird.
Yeah, it
and that's
does.
why people like always say like, oh, Luna, like not now. But then in reality, it's like she's the only one operating at a level playing field where like she's consciously sober, and that's why when Dobby dies, she, like her response is like very like lovingly she tells Harry, maybe we should close his eyes. Yeah. It's like, and she's always like positive, and she says that things are beautiful, that this house is beautiful, and she sees beauty in death.
But I love the moment where she finally like steps up to Harry and is like, listen to me, Harry Potter. Like she's tired of people just like constantly like
brushing her off.
Yeah, like kind of just like, okay, Luna, like not right now. Like she finally also like stepped into herself and was like, no, like I have the information. That's why she's a Ravenclaw, because she is like very intellectual. She's spiritually intellectual. She's very knowledgeable too. And then she knows about the ghost of Ravenclaw, which is of her house, and she has that information and she wants to relay it. And then she finally like puts her foot down a little bit, which I admired, which is just a reflection of the friend group that she's surrounded herself with. It's like people who like step up to the plate and like put their foot down and are assertive when they need to be. So instead of just being this like, you know, la whatever, she knows how to also be assertive when it's needed, you know, which I admire about that, like of her about that.
And I think that she epitomizes the highest point that one can achieve within the Ravenclaw, which is contacting the founder and having a direct connection with the founder, because Gryffindor has a direct connection with the Sword of Gryffindor, and then Slytherin has a direct connection with the Salazar Slytherin, with the heir of Slytherin, which is Voldemort. So Gryffindor produces Ron, Harry, Neville. Ravenclaw has Luna. Hufflepuff had Cedric,
Mm-hmm.
right?
And
Cho? No, not Cho. Cho was
I think Cho is a
a
Ravenclaw.
Ravenclaw, I think, right?
I think maybe she might have
But
been.
who were you thinking?
I was thinking of Mad Eye Moody. He's a Hufflepuff.
Really?
Yeah.
So there you go. Hufflepuff. And then what does Hufflepuff represent? Like
They're like
Badger?
they're supposed to be like loyal and
Hardworking?
friendship and stuff like that.
Oh,
I
okay.
guess like they're supposed to be because people were like explaining it in the comments too, like breaking down each house a little bit. So they're like very very loyal, very like that like friend oriented kind of
Gotcha.
way of like selflessness and stuff, which makes sense for Mad Eye Moody. Like now that I think about it, because he basically
He was loyal to Dumbledore for a long time.
yeah, and he committed his life to protecting like keeping people in Azkaban. You know,
Yes.
and that's like for the
Keeping
greater
evil
good.
at
Yeah,
bay, yeah.
that's a valiant. You know,
That's like a police officer, right? So like when he first showed up, even though it was the imposter, like they presented him as like a bounty hunter turned kind of like hunter of Death Eaters and Dementors and stuff.
Yeah.
So he's the protector, like he's the enforcer of the law.
Yeah, that's crazy. Hold on. Sorry, guys. I feel a little bit out of it, but
No,
we're gonna
don't
push through.
We got this. You're doing great.
I thought it was nice that Neville confessed his feelings to Luna, even though we don't see how that pans out. Like I didn't see their kids.
Where's the kith?
What
I didn't even
happened
see a
there?
kith.
I know.
No kith.
Draco saying that his mom's wand doesn't understand him. I thought that was like symbolic of his relationship with his mom. It's that she doesn't understand him, and that's why her wand can't understand him and doesn't like can't
Protect him.
yeah, like can't really fend for him the way that he's needing or do what he deep down feels.
Wow.
Because his mom is still in line with like the father and the Death Eaters, and so her wand doesn't understand him. And I thought like it's literally what his problem is. It's that his parents just don't understand him and they don't care to be different or to try to change that, you know? They just care to enforce what they've adapted as their own fears and their own ideas and stuff.
And in his own way, he's as lonely, probably more alone than Harry Potter is. And he has two parents because he's alone with his true feelings and his true wants and his true needs and his true thoughts.
Yeah.
Because he can't communicate it with Crabbe and Goyle because they have fathers who also project their expectations, and that's why Draco basically like his friends are his handlers.
Yeah.
And then any misstep, like they communicate to their fathers, and then Draco's father hears about it because his reputation gets diminished.
Yeah.
So I think that Draco is alone, and then that's when we saw him in the bathroom and Harry and him dueling and fighting in the Half-Blood Prince because Draco was panicking, like
And
he was in the mirror.
crying, yeah.
Yeah, panicking, afraid, alone, scared. He has nobody to turn to, not a single person.
Yeah.
So that's how I ended up empathizing with Draco at the end, because also he flirts with death, flirts with Voldemort, gives him a hug kind of, or just at least allows himself to be flirted or embraced by death, and then he walks away. He walks out of Hogwarts, and I feel like that was his form of enlightenment, is just assuming the reality that he will never outshine Harry Potter, and his father will never achieve the grandeur that he wanted through darkness. And then they just would rather have each other and have love towards each other, and then just exclude themselves and just live happily ever after.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Because they're too prideful to admit defeat, so they'd rather, like, that's their form of awakening.
Which is probably part of the Slytherin house too. It's like pride, because even Snape, like, you can argue that there's pride in like the facade that he put on too. Like, even though it was for the greater good and it's part of the grander scheme and stuff, but he had to be able to pull that pride from somewhere, like the facade of the pride.
Yes.
So he pulls it from like something that he has, like he got housed into Slytherin for a reason. you know?
And it's just paradoxical too, because snakes are known for periodically shedding their skin and renewing themselves. And so you would think that Slytherin would be associated with the most amount of growth or the most frequent amount of transformations, but it's not really the case.
I think that it shows their potential for adaptability, which I could see. It's like they're as capable of bad as they are of good, whereas the other houses, it's more strictly like leaning good than bad.
True,
it's like
true.
you don't see them being capable of bad in the way that Slytherin is.
But
and
then
I think
Ron shows capability.
yeah,
of being bad
Ron does, yeah, but
because he wanted to kill those two guys that ambushed him in the coffee shop.
I think it's like in a visceral, like in like a very intentional way too, though. It's like Slytherin could just choose to be blatantly bad, for example, whereas like Ron wanted to do that out of like, you know, his like anger that has been like boiling up and stuff, and because they're bad people, and he just wants to reciprocate, and it's kind of like that thing.
It's because he even said like, what if these were the ones that did Moody, right? Like killed Moody.
Yeah, exactly.
So he does it out of a sense of vengeance.
Of retaliation. Whereas like I think Slytherin, it's like they kind of will like
they would kill Dobby just for fun.
They could adopt that like from nothing kind of. But then they have a capacity for good. It's like they do have a capacity, and I think that that's what the beauty is of Slytherin. It's like a balance of both if they choose, but they can easily go very wrong if they follow that path, you know? Yes. I just want to preface this really quick because I know I seem like so out of it. I just get really in my head, you know, like...
I think both of us do. I think that, like, there were multiple points throughout, like, multiple reactions, if not every single reaction, where I get to a point where I'm like, this is complete garbage. I don't want to do this ever again. I don't think I'm good enough to do this ever again. I don't know who I think I am, that I'm turning on the camera, that I'm speaking into a microphone, that I'm speaking for hours and hours and pretending that I have something to say when like deep down, like the imposter syndrome, the insecurities, everything. But like it's normal.
Yeah, I'm really trying to like fight against that like inner voice that's like saying, you know,
it's hard, especially when you have something that builds up like this. 7 movies building up to this last one.
Yeah, it's like such a big like.
But that's why I'm saying it's like we are going to produce much more content where we're gonna deepen our understanding of the whole thing. Like we're gonna read the books and we're gonna expand, and when we read the books, we'll have deeper conversations than we could ever achieve with the movies. So that's what I'm giving myself as like a little safety net in terms of expectations. Like we can't be perfect. We're not going to get everything. We're not going to understand everything. But everything you've said is great. It's eye-opening for me. It's amazing.
I feel like I just, you know, butchered so much of it.
No, I feel like I did.
Anyway, sorry.
It's not easy to do it. I promise you. Like I'm telling you guys, like I struggle every time. But you get me through it, though. Like, you help me get through it.
Okay. Thank you very much. We saw Voldemort's face in the water where Ron and Hermione were, and in the fire of the Room of Requirement, right? Mm-hmm. And in the smoke. I forget where...
With the crown.
With the crown. Right?
No, the crown gets kicked into the fire.
Yeah, that was the fire in the
smoke
Room
was
of
the
Requirement.
locket where Harry and Hermione have SEX.
No, there was one in this movie. I think it was at the end. I think it was maybe when Nagini died. Yeah, it was when Nagini died. Like his face appears like in the smoke of the ashes, I guess. But I thought that's interesting. It's like through all of the elements, kind of like you see that he tried to keep his soul preserved in different elements, and then he just completely tarnishes it, you know, altogether. Mm-hmm. And it gets like sucked into all of the elements and kind of
Just like ignore the.
Yeah.
Just like ignore it.
And just kind of like, what's the word you said? Like
Disseminates.
Yeah.
It dissolves.
It like dissolves within each of the elements. So you see his face appear, but then it gets consumed by the element that it's being portrayed in, you know? Harry Potter taps into Voldemort's mind for a change, and then he's like unable to tap into Harry's mind. This is the last thing that I want to point out, because I feel like it's like the most prominent one, is what Dumbledore said in the King's Cross, which we kind of already talked about, but that words are the most inexhaustible source of magic, and that they're capable of inflicting injury and remedying it. And I think that that's just very powerful to anyone and to everyone, really. It's that words have so much impact, especially in a day of like in this like day of age of just how quickly word travels too, and how much ground it covers in that quick time. And so
it's like wildfire.
Yeah, and so you get to decide whether your words will inflict injury or will remedy it. It's like, will it just contribute to the corruption of the world, or will it save people from the corruption of the world?
Right,
you know?
like kindness is the key to...
Yeah. And then inexhaustible source of magic. It's like, it's why we sit here for hours and do this. It's that it's literally inexhaustible in the sense of, if there's one thing that everyone has, it's their voice.
Yes.
And you can share that on and on and on and on forever. And the words that you share specifically, so not just your voice, but words are inexhaustible sources of magic. So it could be used for good or it could be used for evil, but you can always use it. It's like you endlessly. It's like it's endless possibilities with it too. And then he tells Harry not to pity the living, but to pity the dead. And
above all, pity those who live without
love.
love.
Not to pity the dead, but to pity the living, and to pity the ones that live without love. And I think that that's just like the full circle, because we meet Harry as a boy who seemingly doesn't have any love, and then at the end just has an insurmountable amount of love within himself, within the people that he meets and the people that he touches through his actions. And I think that that's the most beautiful thing, and that you do have to pity people like Voldemort and people like Lucius and people, because they will never get to know love. And it goes hand in hand with like another comment that I responded to about how if it's worse to have no family, like Harry did at first, like he didn't have any family, so he didn't have any family to lose.
Oh, yeah.
Or if it was worse for Ron when he was like explaining to Harry that you don't have a family, so you don't know what it's like. But for Ron, who has a family full of love, and then has the fear of losing them, and ends up losing his brother. But then I think I argued more leaning towards that I do think it's worse to not have any love at all from a family, like to not know that, because then you don't even get to experience it. So I think that loss and grief are just reflecting the love that exists, and that's a privilege to experience versus not even having that at all. It's like you don't even have the privilege of getting to know what that's like, you know?
So I'm gonna play Voldemort's advocate.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I'm gonna just advocate for the opposite, because I think that Harry represents the potential for love, right? Like he had two parents who could have potentially loved him, but he didn't see that potential through, and he didn't really feel it until the end when he realizes that they're right in here with him. But then Ron has a large family, and for the most part, they all love each other tremendously. So I feel like we humans, like, we feel a loss more than we feel a gain.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have something, if you've experienced the best chocolate in the world, then if you can never experience chocolate again, then that's more of a loss than someone who lives in the Amazon jungle, who is uncontacted by the world and who doesn't even know what chocolate is.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You know what I'm saying? So it's the potential for love versus actually having like the full potential of love materialized.
Yeah, but I think, I just think that I think it's worse because it's like being robbed of it completely.
Sure.
I think
ever
that
seeing it.
I think that it's like there is a beauty and it's life. It's like that is just life. It's that you experience love and you lose it. It's like you experience connections and they, people pass on, people die. It's part of whatever, but then the beauty is learning that nobody really dies if you choose to not let that be. It's like you can let people live on through memory and through love and through how you present yourself and what you choose to embody, and you can allow their spirit to live through you. But I think that it's like to not even get to imagine it, like what it would be like to not have holidays spent, to not have like all of these things that Ron had, for example. But then I'm making the point for Voldemort. It's like we saw that he was just shoved into an orphanage. He didn't have parents. And I think that is like, it is worse. It is worse than having it and losing it. It's worse because you don't get to see the capacity for love. You have to come to learn it for yourself, which is crazy to say for a child.
I just feel like you can eventually feel the capacity for love of like a mother that you never had if you marry a woman who gives you that nurturing love, but then also shows it to your children.
Yeah.
And then you can embody a father that you never had by becoming the one that you never had for your children. So I think that's what the Malfoys showed, is that they could have been, like, they are Voldemort, but they show that family comes first, even for those who welcome Voldemort into their house and to seat at their table and to dine with them.
Yeah, like those who are wicked, kind of.
Yeah, wicked. Yeah. I don't know.
But yeah,
but either way is right. Like there is no wrong or right.
I don't think there is either. I think it's just painful to think like
either way is horrible.
Like I just feel very deeply for Harry. It's like the times that people, show him love, like I genuinely feel this like this impact, like even McGonagall saying it's good to see you, Potter, or whatever. It just hits so much because how he had nothing.
Yeah.
It's like he had just empty. It's like emptiness. Like when it came to love, like his cup was completely empty. It's always been. And so when he finally does experience it and how much he's lost on top of it, like when he has experienced it with Sirius, with Remus, with Dumbledore, with all of these people, with Dobby even, he loses it. So then he's like doubly screwed, in my opinion, because it's like not only did he not get to have a normal family filled with love, filled with like a knitted sweater on Christmas and all of these things that Ron is kind of like even like embarrassed about, he's like, oh, like my mom sent me this and whatever. Meanwhile, like Harry would be tenfold grateful for all of those little things, like he was when Hagrid showed up with a birthday cake and when he was gifted the broom and when he got Hedwig and like all of these things that filled his cup. But then he loses all of those things too. So he experiences like the full gamut of it. And I think that that's what makes us feel so much for Harry Potter and what makes this like so crazy. I get emotional talking too much about it.
And it's what makes him the chosen one too, is because he chose to be kind and be have love when he was raised by the opposite of love.
Yeah.
And then Ron was raised by love, but he wasn't able to see it until he underwent all of the loss and all of the personal development.
Yeah.
And got rid of all of his resentment, which probably derives from the fact that his mother favored his older brothers and would not really care too much to give him new clothes because they already had hand-me-down robes. And so there's a resentment that builds towards a mother. But the mother showed at the end especially that she would do anything for her children.
Yeah.
And that when she loses someone, it doesn't matter if she has 5 more. Like, it doesn't matter if she has 100 more.
Yeah.
If she loses one, it's one too many.
Yeah, it is.
And that's the thing. And then Aunt Petunia and Vernon, like, they wouldn't mind if Harry passed away, if Harry died suffocated in the cupboard. It's like, oh, great. It's like,
yeah.
It's like 1 year too late, you
Yeah.
know, the type of thing. Like, they would celebrate it probably.
Yeah, like it would just be an inconvenience to get rid of the body kind of thing, you know?
But Harry chooses to still be one of the kindest and most understanding humans in the whole franchise.
Whew.
Because the ability to love and how to love is usually taught by parents, right? It's like we grow up loving the way that we were taught or the way that we wanted to be taught or wanted to be loved. Or that we saw other people being loved.
Yeah. Ooh. That's emotional.
Yeah, don't get emotional. I mean, it's okay to be emotional. I just say that out of just, it's okay. Let it all out. It's just a heart melting, you know?
Anyways,
so my brain is fried.
me too.
I feel like I do have a lot.
How long did we do this time?
I don't know, because we did it in like...
Oh, yeah, we did it in chunks.
We had to we had to stop the recording in order to figure it out. But I don't know how long this one was. I do feel like I have a lot more to say and still in the back of my mind. But I do want to save it for the future. I do want to kind of like read the books. I want to gather more information, more intel, connect more dots, have more concrete formulations.
Do
and then,
podcasts, like do things like that.
Yeah. So I want to say this is just the introduction to our Harry Potter journey. We plan on playing Hogwarts Legacy. We plan on playing all of the film games, like all of the games that are for PS2, PS3 even. I think there's like PS3 games. Just go through the whole gamut, read all the books, watch all of the spin-offs, like the Fantastic Beasts.
Anniversary.
People
said there's like fan-made films and like all this stuff.
So this is just the beginning, guys. Sorry to disappoint to whoever expected like a 24-hour video.
Sorry.
but at the same time, it's like this is what we feel like. We feel good at calling it here, because otherwise, like whatever comes after this is just like bambling, and we're just like my eyes are like wanting to close because I'm just tired. Because I woke up at 2 a.m. and I slept at like 1 or 12 or something. I'm like on 2 hours of sleep. But my brain is a mashed potato, and I did have mashed potatoes for lunch today.
I didn't eat yet.
You fixed me a plate.
I need to eat still.
And you didn't eat still, yeah. All right, so with that being said, guys, thank you so much for joining us on this Harry Potter journey. Hopefully we did the franchise justice. Comment below whatever we missed. Please no spoilers for the books, because we do want to kind of allow ourselves to be surprised with the books. And am I forgetting anything?
Who's your favorite character?
Oh, yeah. Who's your favorite character? What's your favorite moment?
Who's your favorite character?
I can't think right now.
You don't have like a little list of everything you've seen?
I will reveal my favorite character in the next Harry Potter related video.
I'm going to say, okay, like Harry Potter is a given. I think that wrapping everything up,
I think Snape.
I would put Snape. I would say, oh, like, gosh, that's...
Just because of how hard it is to do what he did.
Yeah.
I think it's the hardest part of all of it.
I think that his storyline is absolutely beautiful. Like, I'm very glad that it panned out that way. I'm sad that it panned out that way, that it had to be, like, in his... like absence, that that we get to see him for who he is. But I think that his was the most beautiful arc aside from Harry Potter's and aside from the Golden Trio a bit, but his was very, very nice.
I like his a lot. Yeah, Snape is my favorite, I'd say. at the end of all of this.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get the Snape wand. I don't even know what his wand looks like. I know it's black, but I don't really know. That'll be nice though.
We do want to collect all the wands and then maybe have like a display on the wall where we just like rack them up. Over time, we're gonna make that happen. And yeah, my brain is a fried potato. So if I forgot anything, apologies. Don't forget to like, subscribe, share this with a Potterhead, and comment below what your favorite character is, what your favorite scenes in all the movies are, what your favorite film is, and why. Just like, let's start a conversation. You've been responding to like almost all the comments, and
Not even close.
I've been trying to like I've been reading all the comments like as they come in. I always like check and I like read it. I want to also get in the rhythm of like responding to as many as possible, but yeah.
That's it.
That's it, guys. I'm
Thanks
literally
for tuning in here.
falling asleep here because I need sleep and I need rest. All right, thank you so much, and don't forget that it's never wrong
to be mentally gone. Peace to the world. Dun, 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 dun. Bye.